myself today. Otherwise, I will fight someone at an internet providing service center. Oh, I can hear the streams open.
Oh, you can.
But I can.
No, you can't. What are you talking about?
Crystal, how are you doing this so often? You did this last week.
What did you do?
She subscribed again.
Ah.
Because it keeps giving you the notification. So sometimes it's not actually a sub, it's just a notification.
What if it's actually this thing that's copyright claiming? I don't think it is though, because I upload my other ones and they're not getting pinged.
I mean, I know that on mine, it's my my sub thing, because it's Boom King by Flight of the Conchords. Like, that's what gets me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so because it's a licensed thing, it is actually what gets me.
Well, because that's a game music. I think I can get away with it most of the time.
Maybe, but yeah, there are some things that I know, Square Enix and Final Fantasy XIV in particular. If you use Final Fantasy XIV music, they ask that you have gameplay.
Oh, alongside it.
Alongside it. So that's their only caveat. And if you use the music without the gameplay, then they'll hit you for it.
Okay, I'm posting it in Discord. And I said, time to save Hetty from the house wide web. I thought that was funny.
That's a good one. I like that.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Boom.
It's a sedated child.
Thanks, Questo. You're in trouble. Hurry up and stream so I can do it back.
I will try.
Yay!
Try.
I know. You've got a child and a job and a boyfriend and
It all happens. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
it's all very complicated, isn't it?
All very, very complicated.
It's almost like life
Oh,
is
thanks
busy.
for the lurk, Kaiser.
No worries.
He's got you.
Just want you to know I'm here.
Hi,
Not here.
Kathleen. So, Dane, you're here. And last time you were also here, and we
You were also
appreciate
here.
you for standing in last time. and
Facts.
helping.
Yeah. He didn't get to be a fly on the wall, he got to be a fish in the bowl.
Please tell us if the music is too loud. I would like to know.
Also, congrats on your Wooloo run, man. That looks like it's going really well. That's crazy. I love it.
Oh, I haven't chosen out my D20s yet. I haven't rolled to
You
see how
should
badly
find-
this goes for No Fret today.
I haven't got any of my black or skull dice, so you guys should be fine.
Right.
I found my fairy dice, so
Is that how it
hopefully
works?
Goldilocks will be with me.
Yay! Goldilocks.
Yeah, maybe.
This one.
Like,
Give it
this
a- give it a
can't
moment.
can't
This,
actually see.
This is going to go bad for 2/3 of the session for me.
See, now you're just talking yourself into it.
Well, I rolled a 2 and a 3 and a 16. So it's gonna go bad for 2/3 of the session.
Just don't roll the dice that have the 2 and the 3. You'd be fine. See?
I rolled a nat 20
'Cause-
on my dice tray got it.
Physics.
I don't believe in that kind of stuff.
What
I just have
physics?
Vander's dice, and I roll Vander's dice.
Vander would believe in that kind of stuff, though. He collects knives. He's like, every dagger has a story. Oh, that was something that happened last time.
I was
It was
hoping
that
we were gonna mention
dagger,
that.
and we purposefully didn't talk
Dagger.
about it
was
too
not a
much.
dagger.
Kitchen knife.
It was a kitchen knife that had
It's
a
a
magical
kitchen knife.
property to it. But I don't think Sickhead told anyone.
No.
So Vander
It is-
doesn't
it-
know.
The School of Evocation enchantment on it.
Hey,
You put
Lucy.
fireball on a dagger?
We don't know because it was
On
the
a knife. It's
we-
a kitchen knife.
we think
I don't know what it is,
we don't know what it is. My theory,
but it was used in the preparation of the food.
Mia's player theory, is that is evocation like one of the things to make something look like something else?
No.
No.
That's
No.
illusion.
Oh, okay.
Evocation.
Illusion makes things appear like the basic is illusion makes things appear different. Transmutation makes something become different.
Hi,
Evocation is the one to make something not be anymore.
Or healing magic.
Or yeah, weirdly healing magic, because it used to be healing was necromancy.
Oh.
Yeah, but for whatever reason they've decided to just treat necromancy the other way. And evocation still does have a lot of not blasty magic,
Yeah.
spells, but that's what people associate it with. I mean, if you go to the wizard
Yeah.
and their subclass, the evoker, almost all of their subclass features have to do with crafting their spells, and so making it so that they either do more damage to hit more targets, or they don't hurt their allies when they're casting those spells. So it's usually just falls into that.
Oh, you know what that's doing then? Because
I
that
know what
knife
it's
was
doing.
used to cut our food up and make our. So it would have. They evocated it so it wouldn't kill the little thrall, spider thrall guy. What's his face? The henchman. Headsman. Elwin.
Headsman.
It's not. It's only supposed to hurt us, guys.
That's a property of the
That was also
wizard
me opening
evoker.
this.
Yeah,
Really
that's a property of the actual class, the subclass.
No.
not
I'm
evocation
figuring it out,
spells.
Quista. I know how your brain works.
Fine. No, please, I love the theories because I just get to sit here and go.
That's a good
Or
idea. I'm gonna take that
fucking
one.
notes. Like, oh yeah, actually that's a great idea. Thanks, Alfred.
Okay. So with that, my life for just over 5 minutes. So there you go. Today's got it, but that's
The
something
tomato
different.
argument, yes.
The stat, how to describe a stats using only tomatoes.
Mm.
But yeah, we've been live for just over 5 minutes. So how about we look at trying to at least pretend like we're playing some D&D, because that's what we do. We don't actually play it. We just
I
pretend
think
we do.
it's Kaiser's turn to tell us what happened last time.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, we are doing a recap, and so we've knocked out myself and Seket did it last time. I'm going to try and do it almost round table, so people take turns. To be fair, Kaiser wasn't here last time.
That's why I'm picking on him.
He can if he'd like, but he wasn't here last time.
I think it's between me and Frey. Well, me and
So you guys pick who wants to do our recap, and we'll get this rolling, shall we?
You want to do it this time?
Hey, listen to that cackle.
I know, right? I don't want it to be Frey just because I'm listening to it cackle away like that.
Okay,
we
so
go.
in the previous session,
Oh,
we
hell
were just it was just after a fight with some jackals and some weird creatures,
Yes.
just wandering around. And Seket and Nofred decided to burn the creatures. Bear with me, I'm very sorry. Burn the creatures on a pile, and we left it because it's near a lake. Nothing bad could ever happen, right? And we entered the village, and in the village, there were on roofs. It was a blue dye coloration, same color as the lake, glimmering from the houses. Bits of fish scale, bones, and seashells.
Yeah.
Almost looked like underwater decorations. It almost looked like a underwater colony would have been looking like this. There were no path. Apparently, there was no path going along the village, but the grass has been worn down, and there were horses around. People wandering through. Last boats of the day were coming and going. Saw a weird scuttle dude that was squatting, had like some kind of fur, red eyes, and a loose long leather tunic and trousers. And as soon as we walked up and we were talking, it just scuttled. It took off. and we talked to a person called Belvin. And they were quite friendly. They told us about Owen being the, headsman of the village, which was called Darwin. Owen was the man with the horses, tending to them, and decided to discuss things with him by going indoors. Scuttler walked into Owen's house. No one really saw. We decided not to go into the house to be like, hey, what are you doing? Nofret sent a message to Scuttler and apparently freaked out. She freaked out. We ended up going indoors and discussing why we were here, and we asked about Scuttler. Zar was her name, was a fell-blooded, scared of people. She was just seeking peace. We were questioning the creatures which were called the Kruk.
The tribe.
And
Karak
yeah, the tribe. That was in the entryway. Apparently, there have been no bandits in 6 months. 1 year ago, they had raids.
That's right. Hi, luck ducks.
Seket did a little bit of magical awareness to see what was going on and saw 2 things of magic. Illusion coming from Zar and evocation with a knife that was being used to cook a lovely stew. Apparently there were no spiders nearby. Owen said that there were no spiders, don't know what you're talking about, and as soon as we were talking about why we needed the spiders, Zar got uncomfortable and excused herself from the table. We all discussed even more on why we were hunting the spiders, and we all went to go sleep.
Did we though?
Norfred told Seketi not to go anywhere, and she went into her bathtub for the night and turned into Hetty as soon as we all went to bed and went to go investigate. She walked into the room that Zar... Invisibly.
Yep.
And it's
Sneaky.
still currently invisible.
Yep.
His
Currently.
name is on point. Second,
She
not so much.
walked in-
Heading, yeah.
She walked into a dark room that Zar excused herself into and got caught in a web. Now she is stuck in a silent, dark room, and she decided to message Nofret asking for help. And that's where we're at.
So yes, not having dark vision because of your changeling heritage, I believe. There was no sound, no noise, no visual in that room. And when you crept through, unfortunately, you did find yourself stuck against the wall. Now, when you find out how you were stuck, I did ask if you wanted to use your hands, and you did. So your hands are now stuck as well.
Oh no.
You have managed to send a message away to your sister. And upon receiving that message, that's where we're going to kick in. So, Nofret, you have now received a message from Hetty, not Sekhet.
Yep.
I'm not sure if you were aware that she changed.
Nope.
Nor am I sure that you're aware that she left the bathtub.
Nope.
But you definitely received the message. Can you remember what the message was, Kitty, that you sent? Would you like to redo that for us, if at all possible? If not, that's cool. We can just say help and.
I believe it was. So you know how I said I was not going to leave the premises? Didn't leave the premises. Found Zar's room. Stuck in web. Help! He said help.
That's right. Now you guys, well, Hetty, and I imagine the rest of you are probably aware that Olwen is still in the large central room of his residence. the place where you guys had dinner. He's finished cleaning up after the dinner you all had, and he is finishing up the remnants of his pipe. So, on receiving the message, Nofrit, what would you like to do? Because you are the only one with this information. Or Hetty can attempt to do something else now that she's currently stuck against the web. I'm not sure what Vanda was doing when everybody went
Sleeping.
off for sleep
Andy
time.
went to bed.
He did go. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
went to bed.
he-
Vanda's asleep.
He also had a small bowl of stew.
Yeah,
Yep.
Vanda definitely ate the stew.
Yeah, most of the vegetables were removed. The large chunks of meat were, and you were left with just the really nice, small, chewable, but tender chewable bits.
Yeah, Vanda's very happy, very content.
Yep.
He enjoyed that. He's gone to bed very happy.
This is so
Alright.
bad for us, guys.
Go.
Hetty would like
I'm-
to wiggle. Is there a role
Uh,
for that?
While they're wiggling, I'm
I mean,
like,
there's always a role for wiggling.
Just-
oh god.
Just to make things a little more complicated, casting message breaks your invisibility. It's a spell.
Ruh-roh.
It's a cantrip,
It is
it's still a
casting a spell. Yeah, it doesn't specify if it's an
But it's
attack
what you
or
did.
a benefit, but it is. So,
I've got it.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing being, as pointed out, earlier by Sekhet, spiders kind of sense things in their webs by movement. So
Yeah.
if something being trapped in it, whatever casts the web is already well and truly aware that something's there. If you would like to attempt to wiggle, you can make a strength check to attempt to find your website.
Can I be
straight up
replying
strength
though
check.
as this is happening and be like,
You can, yes.
I wish you listened to me. I'm waking the others. I'm on my way. Just don't bring too much attention to yourself.
Violently flail yourself free now, Hetty. This is your cue.
Oh god.
I would like to think with
Yeah.
this role that she didn't really focus on the strength needed to pull away. It's more the absolute hysterical flail
Oh, it was
with
bad.
her with her 6.
Right.
Yes.
The contrast between her and Sekhet is just great.
I do regret to inform you that's not high enough.
Mm.
No,
So
was that like one off?
you do get to the point where it's like there is this small little moment where you feel like you can almost prise one of your hands free and maybe get some leverage against the wall to maybe pull, and then as you put your other hand against the wall,
I can imagine Goldilocks just
I messed that up.
looking at everything, being like,
I want Hetty to like try and look at the hand and get her face like start looking like
it's the
on
next
the wall.
slowly more and more of it will get webbed to the wall as you have to roll the checks.
So
Okay.
Hetty is absolutely like she tried to quell the seed of panic. You know,
Yep.
she was going to free herself with a nice strong pull away from the wall. Now that she's wiggling, she probably has she's playing Twister with herself against the wall. Can't actually see the hand in front of her face that she's just got stuck looking at. So
So yeah, as a note, you are now technically restrained as well.
So probably can't cast message again.
I mean, what are the components for message? Is it just verbal?
I think it's.
I think
If it's just verbal, you're fine. Yeah, I mean, unless you attempt to try and headbutt the wall to try and get leverage to get away, and accidentally web your mouth shut, you should be fine.
I wouldn't put it past them.
No, neither would I, but we'll get there. One check every so
No,
often
you
is
need
enough.
a short piece of copper wire for message.
Yeah, but what is it? V, S, or M? What
It's
are other?
all-
it's all three.
Oh, okay.
Because you need to be able to direct the line of focus. It's not like sending where you kind of go.
Yeah,
to
no,
that
I wasn't.
person.
I wasn't entirely sure
Yeah.
because I know some of them are just a verbal one. Okay. So I think from now, if you want to cast any message spells or anything that requires any sort of somatic component, we are going to do an Arcana check, probably at disadvantage. See if you can. Arcana, maybe Dexterity. I don't know. We'll figure it out
Okay.
when the time comes. But anyway, no problem.
So,
You now have this message.
and I'm in the room with the others because we were all kind of bedding down
Yep.
in the same space. Okay.
Yep.
Um.
We'll go with that. It's just easier.
Okay. I'm gonna wake up the quieter one first, and I'm gonna go up to Vander. So just put my finger between his toe beans. And, Vander, Hetty is stuck. Wake up! I grab him by the scruff of his neck. Can you wake up?
Oh my god.
This is my sister. Oh, like, can you wake up, please? I let go.
But we could do a roller check, and you could just decide whether you're asleep.
He's just grumpily waking up.
Okay, go.
Hetty's
Don't
found
just
the
wake up a
spider.
cat.
You don't.
Oh my
I know. She's literally sleeping right there.
Go on, try and do what you just did to Vanna to your cat.
Oh jeez.
No. She's my princess. Yeah.
That was the last we ever heard of Bexplore. Yeah, so-
No, I had to do it earlier because the birds needed to come out, and she was like, "Ew," and I was like, "Oh no, you old woman." Okay, I'm gonna be.
Yep.
Vander. Hetty went on an adventure and has found the spider. She is stuck in the web. It is the. We could assume it's the blue creature, right? Or it's just a spider in the space. Can you up yet? Or maybe actually I'll wake up Frey. You scout. No, let's not split up the group. Actually,
He does the air flick.
okay. You wake up Frey. Quietly. Oh my god.
Jumps on Frey's chest.
Frey like just slowly raises her arms and just
Like zombie?
grabs
Like...
Vanda. No, she like grabs Vanda by his cat waist. Looks at him like, why'd you have to jump on me?
Shh. Hetty has gotten stuck in the spider's web. We need to go.
Thought there weren't any spiders here. Okay, okay.
You hear movement in the darkness.
Oh no.
And I struggle again. There is panic.
Yep. You can make another check.
19. Actually, no,
Nice.
dirty 20, because she does have +1 strength.
Nice.
Haha.
The sort of weird, almost condescending reproach you got from your sister when you asked for help, coupled with the sudden sound of movement in a dark room, does give you that little bit of an adrenaline surge you need, and you begin to feel the webs tearing as you begin to pull away from the wall. That will be it for what you can do for right now, but we will consider you free from the webs against the wall, okay, for when we jump into whatever happens next. The rest of you, what are you guys doing in this moment? Now, you are aware, Nofrit, that this is kind of happening right now.
Yeah, this is literally happening
So-
in outer space.
Yeah.
So what are we gonna do with our kind old man who invited us into his house? Are we just gonna walk out and be like, okay, or are we gonna put him to sleep? Because
You have an
might
ability to
still
put
be-
him to sleep?
I do.
I would say that would be possibly a good bet.
Okay, Frey's
But we need
gonna
to move now.
use one of her while walking and following. Frey's gonna use one of her
We're sneaky.
charges to make Slumber Sweet into a nice blueberry muffin.
Okay. Right, so you magically craft a very nice smelling and looking blueberry muffin in your hand.
Don't eat it, or if you want to sleep, eat it.
We have pressing matters. It's time to go. Why don't
And
you go in and talk to him and give him like, oh, thank you so much. Give him the treat, and me and Vendor.
Sure. Like, yes.
Okay,
I'm
let's
not good
roll.
at the. I'm not good at the sneaking. I'm good at
Yeah,
the.
so go. You could just go talk to him, and we'll just be quietly.
Is the door open? To the bedroom?
Did he leave it open when she left?
No, because
the
he
room?
went to the bathroom, not the bedroom.
She would have had to have gone through the main room to get
Oh, poopies.
to the room where Zara
It's an
went.
ensuite.
Uh-oh.
No. Sorry. They're not that upmarket.
They're a fishing village.
She's left the door open to Zaz, like the crack, so she could use the bit of light coming in for that much, but she would have shut the other doors behind her.
So the door is in fact not a door, it is instead a jar.
Haha.
Because every time I say a jar, somebody decides to make a joke out of it. Ha ha, beat me to it, you jerks.
Hi, OMGM. Hi, Lazy Lollies.
Can I just ask? She
Yep.
heard a noise. Does she
Yes.
know what direction it came from?
I was about to jump back to you. Would you like to try and make some form of perception check to tell more about the noise that you heard?
Yes.
Okay. You have freed yourself from the wall, so I'm going to say if you choose, you're not in a panicked state, so you can just make this a normal roll. Otherwise, I was going to make it a disadvantage with how panicked you were starting to get. But go for it. Take the lid off the jar. Oh, there was never a lid on this jar to begin with.
5.
5? In that moment, there is more, maybe just a little bit of relief at being free, and then I'm not alone. And you have that little, you can't actually, you heard the noise in the room with you, but you don't know where or how close it was.
It's on the ceiling.
Given the
Oh.
size of this building, you are fairly certain this room cannot be particularly large.
Burn the entire place down.
From whatever limited
Let's
spatial
burn it down.
awareness, askew as it might be being a gnome, sorry. Yeah, you can't pinpoint where it came from. Although there is a moment where you hear again that noise, and then it stops once more.
I think she's still going to be pretty panicked.
Mhm.
And she's going to just do the first self-defensive thing she can think of. And she's going to cast Shatter.
Okay, in the room.
Yep, because she doesn't have to see. It's just an area of attack.
Okay, what is the area of effect of shatter?
6, no, 10 foot.
10-foot radius sphere.
So it's
centered on-
it's a 20 foot around. That's this entire room, which means unless you want to, well, you can't see where the wall is. I will say then, make an Arcana check to see whether you can actually avoid getting yourself caught in this. Because if you cast it as far as you can against the wall, I will say you managed to avoid it. But because you can't see, and this room is not particularly large.
17.
All right.
Oh, OMG.
Okay. All right. No, I know him. I'm giving her a chance because there's other factors here. Okay. Cast your spell. What do I need to do?
Please roll a Constitution saving throw.
For every item in the room.
for every creature in the room. So if
We've,
there's more than one,
we've only got a limited amount of time to play D&D. I'm not rolling for it.
For the chair? For the dressing table?
well, hang on 2 seconds. I just have to work out what level because she's a warlock, so her spell slots actually. level up.
It should be second
level?
level, I think.
I think I'm up
Oh
to
no,
third.
wait, yeah, 'cause
No,
you guys,
it's
it
third
should
level,
be,
yeah.
it should be third, yeah. Yep. Keep forgetting you guys are fifth. Uh-oh. Yep.
Oh no.
Is that good or bad?
You're probably gonna find out.
Exciting.
I would use a different word.
So, I've only rolled for the living entity in the room, and it rolled a 12. I'm pretty sure that doesn't meet your DC. Okay. Roll your damage.
3d8 beach.
4 'cause it's level 3.
4? Oh, you're right, yeah. Because it's level 3. Oh, man.
Oh yeah, shout out to OMGM, also a great dungeon master and player. Check out their channel for D&D content.
What sort of say was a column, wasn't it? Yeah, 12. Okay.
Sorry, just running another D8.
Nope, that's okay.
I'm just playing random spider noises every now and then.
This is Marley Yarley says, "Hi, Crystal."
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
15. I rolled pretty low.
15 damage.
That's still good.
y-
She's not made of stone,
You-
crystal, or metal,
you-
is she?
You hear no. You're assuming it's a she. You hear a cry of pain.
It's they.
Oh,
There is a loud as you cast Shatter, which is going to alert pretty much everyone in the house. And there is a very a very loud scream that comes immediately following it.
did you kill Alwyn?
Oh no.
Because Olwen is immediately going to basically fall out of his chair at this incredibly loud sound that occurred not, several feet behind him. So you guys are also going to hear a thud coming from the main dining room. What are the rest of you going to do? Sorry, just remind me how much damage that was. It was 16, did you say? 18.
Guess we don't need this muffin anymore.
15.
15. Okay, cool. I have lost my writing implement. Although... 15. Cool. Alright. In this moment, now that you guys all hear this loud boom, and I don't think you've ever heard somebody in your group cast Shatter before,
No.
but there is an incredibly loud, this resonating, thunderous crash that happens within the walls of this building. What are you doing?
We run, right?
How are you responding to this?
We run towards
No,
the
we're
noise?
running.
Yeah, we run towards the noise. And if Alwyn is still in the other space, and if we're running towards him...
You crash out of the door.
Yeah.
And you are in that room where you guys had dinner. And you see Olwen sort of, with this stunned look on his face, sort of just getting to his feet, hands on the the bone-like table, and sort of just pulling himself to his feet. Pipes on the floor, and he's just sort of
I would stay there.
almost literally stunned from this amount of noise that's just came from his very quiet, normally, house.
Oh no.
Can I... Oh, how long does that last? Which way? I want to cast... Yeah, fuck.
Shove
We're
the.
doing this. This
shove-
is what Nofrit knows how to do. She casts flames
Uh-oh.
on him.
Nice.
I would just stay there if I was you.
Okay. That's for a check, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're just... I say I would stay there, or are you actually putting some force into that?
Yeah, I'm putting like some friendly sit the fuck down friend force into it.
Just stay there,
Okay.
friend.
Just stay
So I'll
there,
get you to make an intimidation check at advantage, because I'm pretty sure that's what friends allows you to do.
Yeah,
Sit down,
advantage on
bestie.
all
Charisma
charisma
checks.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was the good one that rolled, right? Yeah. Intimidation?
Yep.
Sure. I should have done persuasion, but whatever. 18.
18. Given that I'm almost running him as being stunned at this incredibly sudden change of events, without even much, the stunned look on his face just continues as you come barreling out of the door. You go through your quick little mutter of an incantation and, flick it out at him, followed up with your words. He just almost, for a man that you can tell that he's, like I said last time, he's fairly lean in body but big, big shouldered. He's done a lot of labor. Not somebody you would imagine is intimidated by much. He just kind of, with that stunned look on his face, just sort of meekly slides back into the chair he was on. He just looks at you. It's like, just almost not even able to vocalize what has just happened.
We'll check it out, and then I'm just gonna point to the others and say, "Go through this door. Go."
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, Vander's run off. Like he didn't
gone.
stop. Yeah, Vander.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So you guys are going through the door.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Alright.
go in last because I'm talking to the guy.
Okay. Yeah. So are you leading the way on this, Vander?
Yeah.
Okay. So the door comes open quite a bit more because I imagine he had somewhat closed it, somewhat like not all the way, but mostly behind it. And the little bit of light from the main room does sort of illuminate a little bit here, but it is still oddly dark. And initially, as you open it up, you don't see much, although you do see bits of dust sort of coming in as you've got that light coming through, and you got the dust stirred up from the shadow spell that's kind of floating back out into a larger open space. You can sort of see what looks like maybe a couple of little containers, like little almost vase, but they're very sturdy vases, sort of knocking against the wall nearby. This whole room's been upended from this noise.
You would.
And it just briefly off to your left, you see the shorter figure that is Kitty standing there looking further into the room. You have dark vision as a tabaxi?
Ali, thank you for the follow.
Okay. Yes. So what your vision tells you that Hitty didn't see was that this, before whatever happened, was relatively normal sort of a room. And there are two creatures other than Kitty here. One.
Wait, did you say two?
Two. One is slumped against the far wall and is actually down, in a slumped position. You can't quite make out who or what they are. The other one is what looks like a humanoid creature that is very slowly starting to morph back into a spider-like form. That you can still hear is giving off this sort of noise as it's sort of trying to fold back into its normal self. From what you can tell, neither of them look like Zar.
Is it the splashing noise that we heard?
No.
No?
No, you have dark vision as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll add that to what you and Vander can see. There is a metal-ish kind of bowl that looks like it once contained water that was sitting on a nightstand that's actually just upended and now the water's getting... It was like a little wash bowl like you guys had in your room before you had
Thanks
dinner.
for the follow, Luck Ducks.
Oh wait, no, the noise that we heard at dinner was before dinner itself, because you mentioned she went into a room and
And there was
we
a splashing
heard
sound.
splash.
She was washing herself up.
Ah, okay.
Nothing suspicious at all.
Yeah, no.
As far as you know, nothing sinister or suspicious, but if you'd like to take a moment for you to mentally connect the dots, that seems accurate.
And that
She was
spiders
probably
do
doing the
that
same
with water all the
thing
time.
they asked you guys to go do, is just to go wash yourself.
They wish all 8 legs.
One bar of soap, 8 legs.
What are you guys doing?
Vander's turning back into his hybrid form.
Okay, because you were in cat mode, weren't you?
Yep.
All right. So that's going to take you to do that. So Hitty, Freya-Lise, Nofrit, what are you guys doing?
Hitty's
Keeping in mind, Hitty, I think in this situation is the only one that can't see in that room.
She's going to be panting, just standing there with her arms out in front of her, desperately kind of like waving to see if she can feel anything. And at this point, because she was so startled to cast Shatter. She's absolutely freaking out and probably not even noticing that they've joined her because she can't see shit.
Yeah.
And she
We
just
can-
probably deafened herself a little bit with Shatter.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Probably. I mean, you'd be able to notice as the door comes open, there's a bit more light that comes sort of floods in behind you, and you do sort of see this, shape sort of vaguely out of the corner of your vision. It's whether you pay any mind to it in your current mental state or not that matters. So that's what you're going to be doing. That's where you're at.
I think she'd also be changing it to Sekit because Sekit's big and scary, and she's not.
I love it. So we've got 3 transformations going on in this room at the moment.
And then there's Nofrit.
There's Nofrit and Freyalise.
We can.
Okay. Speaking of Freyalise, Nofrit, what are you guys doing in this moment?
Can we see Sekedi like panicking, or do we have to like?
Yeah, no. If you come into the room, you can see her just on the edge of the light that's coming in from the main room, just slightly off to your left.
I would like to
There's not a
attempt.
huge amount around her, so if she's got her arms out trying to feel something,
Yeah.
there's nothing directly in front of her.
I would like
the
to
creature that is
attempt.
transforming. Sorry.
Oh.
The creature that is transforming is about 7 or 8 feet from her.
Should be fine.
It was over the far side of the room, but it looks like it was starting to come closer,
Yeah.
and it got about halfway there before the shadow probably knocked it backwards.
Mm.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
I would like to attempt to get to her, just to like,
Hitty?
yeah, just to try and be like, we're here, but having like a physical like reassurance of we're here, it's
Make
okay.
physical contact.
Yeah, and
Okay.
hope to God she doesn't just punt me.
You can see the telltale shiftings of her body as she's beginning to swell and change up from her gnome-like kitty form. You can tell that she's beginning to shift back
Yeah.
into Sekit. So placing a hand on her is a little awkward as her size kind of changes, but you can manage that.
Yeah.
With Sekiti responds to a physical touch from behind
Oh,
or
God.
not in this moment. We'll figure out once we get to Nofrit.
As soon as I can get in the door,
Yep.
I close it on Elwyn. No. And then I turn around, and if I see the spider, I see, can register.
You're closing the door?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Is that my action?
No, Sekiti, you are now completely in the dark.
Oh,
Right, the rest
fuck.
of it.
Oh no. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. If I can register where Sicket Kitty is and the spider, I'm immediately gonna I'm gonna slam my hands together and punch forward and cast Gust at the spider and just slam it into the wall if I can.
Okay, because you've also got dark vision as a half elf, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's just
So
Sicket.
the thing is currently morphing into a spider-like form.
Yeah.
You're going to cast Gust at it.
Yeah. It's punch
Right.
into the wall.
What do I need to do for that?
Strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw?
And otherwise it's pushed 5 feet from B. So I'm just getting it further away. Go away! Like, we're dealing with things.
No, I rolled a 7.
You fail! You get
Okay,
pushed
so
5 feet away.
gets pushed almost 5 feet back away before it collides with a bed.
Great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Go to
Trip on
sleep.
something. Just get away from us.
And then it's kind of just half bent over as its body and limbs are still kind of shriveling back into itself. Okay,
Interesting.
so
Interesting.
we're not really doing an initiative order at the moment. We can get into one shortly, depending on what happens next.
Oh,
But
God.
we're gonna take this back to Vanda and Sekiti. Whichever one of the two of you would like to go first. I'm gonna say you both kind of complete your transformations. So does the spider creature after being knocked backwards. What do the two of you want to do?
So
Any first?
everything went dark just
Yep.
after Frey touched me.
It will take. There is a window there, but it's going to take a moment for you to be able to adjust. To be able to see.
I am. Well, because I imagine I'm still kind of mid transformation.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I try to rule it as it takes quite a bit longer, but in moments like this, I don't care. We'll just go with it. So you can complete your transformation reasonably quickly at this point.
I'm going to punch out at whatever touched me.
Make an unarmed attack roll
God.
and
Sorry,
see if you can hit Freyalise's AC.
At 20.
Yeah. Says 2 points of damage plus your strength.
As an unarmed attack roll,
Oh,
it's 2 points of
no.
damage plus your strength modifier. You're also not raging, so
Oh no! I've killed
Hold on.
Frey by closing a door.
Huh?
Hold on, I have to
when
open.
your entire party's got dark vision, but when you've got that one person that doesn't, yeah.
That one person who's currently panicking her ass off.
Yep.
I wish
So
I
what's
had-
your strength mod?
4.
4. Jesus. So that's 6 points of bludgeoning damage you take, Freya Elise. As you reach out to try and
Ooh.
comfort a transforming Sekheti, there is either an elbow or a fist that comes flying backwards and just scones you across the forehead. Not enough to like send you reeling or anything, but there is kind of this immediate like, oh, ow.
Might be a nosebleed with that.
Hmm.
Oh, no.
Or if not, you might end up with a mild headache later, but ow, ow, ow.
I wish I had written down the crystals more
She
clearly.
she
for
just
myself.
screws her nose up. She's just like, Okay.
Alright. Vanda?
So as soon as Vander finished his transformation, he was going to go help Zekit get out of the web. He's going to jump over to her and
She's
say,
out of the web.
"Oh, she is out."
Yeah, you can see that she's out of the web, and as she was casting Shatter, she kind of sort of stumbled a foot or two forward.
Luck,
She'd
Max,
actually
thank
feed
you for your
herself
belief.
previously. Yeah.
But he's still going to step beside her. Hey,
Okay.
Zekit, we're here.
Oh, is you guys okay? Oh shit! Sorry, Bray. Or not for it. Oh God, who did I punch? Are
That's
you okay?
fine.
We're
And then-
good.
well, if he's not helping, he's going to pull out one of his continuous light stones.
Okay. Very good.
We did give
Uh,
you the light crystal, right? Sick kitty.
Jeez.
No, they are mine.
I
No,
like
we
that.
gave. Wasn't there a light crystal, like one that you go in bed? Wasn't there one? That glazing
There
glass
are
light?
but he's got continuous ones that he
Yeah,
can
he's
actually
got
just
three.
hold. Yeah, a little like the one Olwen had, but his one is actually activatable, whereas the continuous one's just kind of they're almost always.
They're
on.
generally just covered up, and he just pulls them out of her
Yeah,
bag.
exactly.
He's got a slightly glowing bag at all times.
I love that.
It's
I love that.
not thick enough to
Canvas
hold all the
bag.
light.
Get some velvet round there.
So the light washes through the room, and what you can now make out is other than fully transformed Sekhet, who's a couple feet further from the wall, Freya Elise, who's kind of just rubbing sort of probably what is a ringing head right now. This room isn't exceptionally large. It does have a square shape to it, but the walls have the same paint scheme that the previous room did. So deep blue up to a sort of a middle green up to a very light blue-green roof. So that same sort of feeling of an underwater style look. Everything in the room has now been tumbled and turned, tossed around because of the shatter spell. So this place now looks like it's been completely ransacked. I'm also going to say that whatever window was here has literally shattered outward. As an effect of that spell.
Poem renovation.
Sort of towards the far side, but not right up against the wall, is a bed. And you do see that there is another bed sort of tucked away lengthwise in the other corner. Over the far side of the main bed is where you see the body slumped just under the window, which is now shattered outwards. And the spider creature has now finishes its transformation, and you see that it's not got the same coloration as Zar. This one seems to have these almost violent red slashes diagonally across its abdomen, and then down across its face is one bright white one in a diagonal slash. And it chitters angrily at you. Before its back legs immediately sort of go up on the bed as it begins to sort of move backwards, and its limbs splayed out, and you can hear a hiss. Now that it's been attacked, it is actually going to make one more attack. Now, it could see clearly what happened, so it is aware that even though you've changed form, Sekhet, you are the one that just violently hurt it. So, it's going to make an attack roll from distance. It's a 19 on the dice, so that's fine. And you watch as the hissing begins to get louder, and the mandibles open, and and a glob of goo comes flying out. It's not white. It's not webbing. Just in case you're thinking you're about to get stuck again.
Ew.
So, as this hits, it begins to almost kind of burn into your shoulder.
Oh no.
And you take 14.
Jesus.
Yeah, I rolled double sevens on
Jesus.
d8s. 14 points of poison damage, and I need to make a Constitution saving throw.
I was going in a different ghoul direction.
I think a
Oh.
lot of people were.
21.
21. Okay, you shrug off that burning sensation, and even though you've taken the damage, any lingering effects do not take hold. And it slowly begins to back away even further until you see it drop down off the other side of the bed. It's now got about half-ish cover. It's not a massive, like it's a giant spider, yes, but it's not a massive giant spider. But yeah, it drops down over the other side of the bed. So unless somebody wants to try and get around or up or over, it's now got what would effectively be half cover.
Would this be like if we think back to the advice we got about the kind of spider we were looking for? This is not it, right? This is an underling. It's not the.
Do you remember the
Face
information?
No,
spider.
it's
It's not a
not
space
nature.
spider.
It doesn't appear to be. But then
No.
again, face spiders were kind of described as having a sort of like a specific sort of a coloration. This thing does not have anything approaching that.
Interesting.
Okay. So, not for Freya Elise. What are the two of you doing? Keeping a loose initiative.
Oh jeez.
No goo. Oh.
No goo for you.
It's all on fire today. What the hell? Oh, that was this guy's a no goo.
Hmm.
Welcome back, buddy.
Did I last fight I cast catapult twice?
I don't remember. I know you cast catapult once because you did the one-shot rock.
Oh no, I did a chaos bolt.
That was okay. I couldn't remember what you. Yeah, if you'd cast something else. Yeah, thankfully, OM, I don't think any of our players have access to the fireball spell.
I have campfire.
A campfire spell.
Yeah, I create bonfire.
Yep.
Just burn the entire place
Alright.
down. That's it.
Let's go on. What are we doing?
We've done that before. I mean, what?
Oh, okay, we have. I mean, no, we haven't.
I cast
Oh.
mage armor on myself.
Okay. And you get your little layer of almost Morius-inspired rocks sort of come up and begin to fade
Yeah.
out. All right.
Exactly.
Freya Elise.
Exactly. So now I'm on a 16 AC. I don't want to get hurt.
Oh, we have a melee. We have melee characters. I can't do that. Or can I?
What if them did just punch you in the face, Frank? Keep that in mind.
It could be sorted out later. You
This
know.
moment, react to what has just happened. Really, I mean,
It's just lobbed some split.
it's
at
just
us.
some.
You could do
poisonous
more
acidic
scanning of
goo
because there was two
as Sickit.
figures in the room
Yeah,
aside
gross, ew,
from
no.
Sickit, right?
There was two. Yeah.
Yeah. You could
One has not
scan.
moved.
You have good perception. You could do like a who the fuck are you?
I would like to just. I saw the glob. I'd like to cast Moonbeam on the thing that threw the glob. Just
Love
trying
that.
to make it so that it's
Wow.
just a spider that gets hit by it. It disturbed my nap, okay?
Okay. Well, actually, Nofra did that, but
You know.
Okay. So, describe Moonbeam to me.
actually the cat.
So it is a silvery beam of pale light that shines down in a 5-foot radius, 40-foot
Oh, that's
high
good.
cylinder, centered on a point within range.
Right.
Until the spell ends, dim light fills the cylinder.
Okay.
So every house in town is gonna see this. Right?
So they're looking out the window. Which is great because this thing is now kind of next to the other one that was underneath the window. So we can just say the moonbeam is slanting through the window.
Oh, brilliant.
You know,
Perfect.
to hit the
Mhm.
yeah, that's slanting through the now shattered window to hit this this spider creature. What does it involve?
When a creature enters the spell area for the first time on a turn or starts a turn in there, it's engulfed by a ghostly flame, blah blah blah. Must make a constitution saving throw.
Right. I think there's something else with moonbeam, isn't there? Keep reading.
A shape changer makes a saving throw with disadvantage. If it fails, it instantly reverts to its original form and cannot assume a different form until it leaves the spell's light.
Yeah, that was the part I was trying to remember.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that when it comes around to its turn, it gets to make the save. It doesn't happen upon the moonbeam initially
No,
being cast.
it's when it's its turn.
Oh, yes. Okay. And Nofrit cast Mage Armor, which then brings us back to the Second Amanda.
She just got spat in the face and saw a spider hide behind the bed. She's gonna get real angry and bed flip that fucker. Bed.
Okay. Yeah, because you got
Really?
the gob of sort of poisonous acid sort of now just sort of across your shoulder. And it... You know, I mean, you're a barbarian, but that hurt. And yeah, you now see the slanting moonbeam come through, and you kind of get that little rumbling of rocks as you see Nofrit sort of armor up. And you're going to move across the room and just bed flip. All right. Make an athletics check just for the heck. Now you're not raging, so there's no advantage on that.
When I said she gets real angry, I meant she's.
You'd like to rage? Okay, no, all good. Go for it. So now you get advantage.
We'll stick with my first roll.
Gotcha.
Athletics, you say?
Of course. Of course it's athletics. You got like a +7 or +8 or something. I don't know. Yeah.
26.
Ooh.
And also, I need to roll my dice for raging.
True. Man, you flip that bed. You flip that bed so hard it does like a 4 times quadruple somersault as it goes up in the air. But anyway, we'll see what your rage does.
I rolled a 3, so I'm just looking up what that does.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to actually bring your table up every time I start the session.
I have a folder. It's all good.
Yeah, I've got it on a clickable here, but I just keep forgetting to bring it up.
Oh.
I wonder if Morius would have been able to walk into this room. That would have been like, oh, gotta shimmy
You
my
probably
way
had to
through.
duck a little to get in.
An intangible spirit, which looks like a flump or a pixie. I'm going to pick a flump because they're really freaking cute. Appears within 5 feet of one creature of your choice. Spider-Man spider person behind the bed.
Yep.
That I can see within 30 feet, illuminated by moonlight, so you see him pretty clearly. At the end of the current turn, the spirit will explode, and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 force damage. Until my rage ends, I can
You can resummon every bonus action?
resummon
Yeah.
another spirit on each of my turns as a bonus action.
Yep. There are some really
Cool.
cool bonus action.
That's so cool.
Yeah, rages that give you bonus actions on that. Okay, cool. So, despite having never seen a flump, you're pretty sure whatever imagery comes into your mind about what a flump may or may not be is provided by one Senor Goldilocks, probably with some kind of almost nature sort of aspect to it. So, like its tentacles are probably almost more like vine-like. And its eye is sort of in like open flower petals. So
I love
it's got a very very fey-ish kind of look as opposed to a celestial look. And this thing appears moments before you grab the bottom side of the bed and you just and up it goes. So you made a 26 on that check. Now, are you aiming to just get the bed out of the way, or are you upending it over the spider?
Upending it over the spider.
Over the spider. Okay, so what I'll get you to do, 26 is brilliant, but just for fun, make an attack roll. Because I mean, yeah, just I want to see. Yeah, level 5 OM.
Chad is so cute with all their belief.
I see all the beliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't believe in you, Quinn, just us.
D20. So
D20, yeah.
So what we're gonna say is as you bring this bed up, you are raging, and this thing comes up into the air. How do you want to smash this table, this bed made of solid bone? Like the underside of it, the legs are still made of like that same sort of bone that the table in the main room is. How do you want to, like, do you just want to up that and throw it, or do you want to actually like smash this table fucking bed down on top of the spider creature?
I want to
You tell
smash
me
it.
how you want to do this.
How would I like this to be accomplished? I would like to pick it up
the
and
chair.
smash.
You want to pick it up and what, sorry?
Pick it up and just smash it, like try and mash it to the wall, the corner, the edge between the
Okay.
wall and the floor.
All right. Okay. Sounds like the little one's awake. Yeah.
He woke up and he was not where he thought he was.
No.
Aw.
So what was the attack roll? Dirty 20, wasn't it?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Because
Okay.
it's a +7.
So what I'll get you to do is roll me. It's kind of an improvised weapon, but because we're having fun with this, I'm going to double the dice you do. So make a D4. We'll double that, and then we'll add your rage and strength bonus.
This is like proper, like, in the wrestling ring stuff.
Give it.
So
to me.
I got
Love it.
Don't
a
forget
3
just
on the
farted on it.
D4.
Okay, so that's 6, and then your rage is still 2. So that's 8, and then your strength is 4. So that's 12. So you do 12 bed damage
Oh,
to
nice.
Spitter. And you'd already done 15 previously. Yeah. How do you want to squash this?
I want legs to go flying. I want it to like crumple in on itself and legs just pop off and fly.
What had been a relatively clean, tidy, looked after room, except for maybe some of the webbings before you guys barged into Olwen's life, has now turned into a spider and ichor covered, ransacked, rumpus room of chaos and destruction. There are now spider bits splattered over the wall and probably over the bed, which has now been upended. That's going to require rigorous cleaning, if not just a complete demolishment and new one. And there is a glorious moonbeam shining through the shattered window to highlight this mess. In that moment, as the adrenaline is still racing, there's, other than that of your companions, there's no other noise in the room. And I will say you do hear a slight scraping from the main room. What do you guys want to do? Our loose combat sort of thing has ended now. What do you guys want to do?
So there's still another figure in this room, though, right?
Yes, it's now currently half covered by a bed as well. Because the spider went up and over and down behind the bed, and it was pretty much beside the figure that was under the window.
Okay.
Can
So
I
there's-
rage search the room for any other points of exit?
You can, because you specifically said you're rage searching. Make an investigation check, and I'm not going to give you disadvantage, just because you said rage searching, and I want more of that in my life.
It's like heavy metal searching.
Yeah, the sound of Metallica rocking out in the background. Yeah.
17.
17. All right. So as when you say you're rage searching, I assume all of the shit that you scattered everywhere through Shatter, you're grabbing that table and you're sort of ripping stuff apart and actually you're
Bugs.
you are fully just rage searching through this. Yeah. You're rage search, new meta, you got it. So there doesn't appear to be another way out of this room. But you have now anything that was still in some state of being relatively, undisturbed from the chaos. You make sure that it is in fact thoroughly disturbed by the chaos.
We heard a noise from the other room though, right?
Yeah, from the
Where
main room behind you.
was? Okay.
So this is the most extreme extermination of a single spider I've ever wanted in my life. And I think this is the levels that some people would go to exterminate a single spider in their life.
Leave it to the Australian.
But
we know how to get exterminating.
From your examination, you don't really find there's a loose standing sort of a wardrobe, and there's dresses, and now there's things thrown and strewn everywhere. You don't find any sort of hidden latches anywhere, on the floor or in the walls. The only 2 points of entry and egress that you see were the door you came in from and the window you've shattered. Anyone else?
I want to open the door to Elwyn, and if he's getting up,
Yes.
because Friends
That's
ended.
the scraping. Was him getting up out of the chair.
Yeah,
Because yes,
'cause-
Friends has ended.
Friends has ended, which means he's hostile towards me. So I'm gonna open the door and cast Friends again, and I'm gonna say, we need to look into this, and you need to sit down more, sitting down more.
Okay. Are you trying to pass this off as another intimidation check? Or are you trying to be
Nah,
more
persuasive. I'm being persuasive this time. It's totally chill.
Alright,
Just figured it out.
make yourself a persuasion check.
Math 21.
Now, my question is, can you cast Friends on somebody who is hostile to you?
I don't think
Because-
so. Because
Yeah, because I was about to say, once Friends ends, they become hostile to you. That's the downside of it. If you can't cast it on
That
somebody
isn't
hostile,
hostile towards you, yeah. So
to you, he is hostile towards
he's
you.
very hostile.
Yeah.
He would
So
be.
he's sort of stood up, and as you sort of come through and you go through the motions of casting
Oh no,
this
I'm just doing
again-
it through like a crack in the door.
Okay.
I'm not going all the way.
Well, he's sort of, the stunned look has dropped from his face, and he's looking at the door to that room, and there is this look of concern and panic, and he turns and he reaches over to the counter, and you see him
Grab a
pull a
knife.
knife out of the knife block. And then he actually grabs the chair he'd been sitting in, and he actually lifts it with relative ease, this bone sort of chair, and just sort of starts moving towards the door.
Close the door.
And you actually hear him call out, it's like, what's happening in there?
There was a weird spider. Who would have thought? We just talked about them, and I'm like really closing the door as I'm saying this.
This is the spiders you were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Our friend got stuck in the web. She just told me about it, so we came in to help.
You need to step out of that room. Now!
Guys, if we want to not be run out of town, we gotta move out of this room now.
Panda turns back into a cat.
And under my breath, I'm just gonna be like, I wish this spell worked twice in a row. Like, why not?
Second, we'll just watch her plump explode.
Sparkles in the moonlight.
And then she'll kind of calm down and look a little sheepish and try and like fix her little top and get ready
Yep.
to leave the room.
Yeah, I open the door wide and just let him in to the space to show him the spider.
Yeah, he's not walking in until you guys walk out.
The spider's in that corner over there.
You do this everywhere you're invited into somebody's house.
No, actually, no.
Get out here. We'll talk soon. All of you.
I just look at Hetty. Oh, wait, second this time. I'm looking through you to the other one.
Are you all exiting the room?
I am.
Yeah.
Yep. Sick it, Freyla. Yep, Freya's sick it.
Second, is looking kinda around sheepishly and like as she moves past things, she's just like trying to straighten them as much as possible and put
Oh
together
no.
like anything that she like smashed or broke and like
That's going to require several hours to. But yeah, you do it kind of. It's like picking up that one unbroken thing to put it
The
upright.
one vase and some flowers. You just
The one vase that's unbroken, you sort of pick it up and set it upright, and then put the flowers back in before looking around at everything else being smashed and destroyed. Yeah.
I love that.
So as you step out of the room, because his hostility is only towards Nofrit, but he doesn't know what the fuck just happened. So as you exit out, and even the cat coming out kind of makes you go. It's like the fucking cat. He continues to keep his back to all of you, and as he sort of gets to the edge,
I'm gonna look as passive as possible.
yeah, he sort of drops his head to look around, and he just drops the chair, and he turns and he walks into the room.
Frey, I don't think that one was a phase spider, right?
Vander, Bray,
I mean, there
because
was
of your
no.
high passive perception, the two of you hear a muffled sob.
I wish I didn't have high perception. Ah!
La living in ignorance.
Oh no, you're not gonna be living in ignorance in a pit. No, that wasn't it. I don't think that was. I think it was just. Yeah.
But why are
Vander's
they
gonna
in the
look
town?
back in.
have they infiltrated? How do we need to exterminate the whole town?
Who knows? Who knows? I don't think
No.
that will be the. I don't think we'll need to do that.
You gonna be in cab form for the rest of the night, my friend? Or are you gonna.
I love the idea of him going to comfort the guy as like Vander. The guy's like, "Where did you
Who the hell are you?
go?"
Yeah. Doing the
That'd be
brush up against.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, did we kill Zara just then, guys? No one checked.
Sekit actually like clocked what they look like, and you did describe that Zard have the same coloration, so Sekit would know that it wasn't Zard.
The spider that you killed definitely wasn't Zar.
But the other creature.
Like, none of you got a good look at the other one.
Mm.
And it's now half covered under the bed. Which, you know, after the sob, all of you hear the scraping of the bed being moved.
So technically, if that was this phase spider, should we not be harvesting the? Sekit would just kind of trail off and over his face.
I just want to point out that this probably wouldn't have happened to this degree.
You're right.
had
We would not have
worked-
found what we were looking for if I had not looked for it.
Hold on.
Oh no!
You could let me finish my sentence. I was saying
No, I see what that is.
we could have done it
This is
together.
you're doing the voice. Oh,
Guys.
What's the voice? What do you mean the voice? What voice? This is my voice. This is the one I have to use.
the
Vanda's gone back into the room.
As a cat, yeah.
As a cat, yeah.
All right. So you see that Olwen has moved the bed away. And whilst he is definitely staying away from the splattered mess as much as possible, because it's all over the place, that is this large spider, he does appear to be kneeling down in front of the other body.
Did we kill Zal? Frey, you have healing magic.
Healing magic can only go so far.
What does the other body look like?
You guys are at the right level to cast Revivify.
That's very expensive.
Is there
It's
movement
very
or is
expensive.
it not moving?
The body is not moving. The body is not moving. Olwen is not touching it. He is kneeling down in front of it and seems to be inspecting it. You can kind of tell just from his body, he is very sad. But he seems to be approaching this with a little bit more of a, being calm about it. And he's uncertain.
Vanda wants to get a good look at this.
So you approach, and now that everything's been moved out of the way, you see the body that's slumped up against the wall under the window. You do see that there is quite a bit of blood that's down the wall and is pooling under the body. From the looks of it, when the shatter spell went off, they went into the window and went down. It is a youngish half-elf female. Nondescript sort of standard brownish hair that looked like it was half pulled into a very loose ponytail over one shoulder. Some pretty, roughshod sort of basic tunic and it was down into almost kind of like this skirt with these short half trousers underneath. Not quite sleeping attire, but definitely, not work attire. It's hard to tell from all of the damage that's been caused how old this person might have been, because there is quite a bit of unfortunate disfigurement as to what's happened. If you lived in these times in this world, samurai, quite possibly. But he is not, like, he's doing an initial inspection of it, but you can almost hear there are these sort of kind of muted, muffled sobs coming from him, like he's trying to maintain some level of composure. As a note, in this world, commoners have like stats of 10, an AC of 10, and hit points of about 4. So, just as a note. Just to remind people of just how overpowered adventurers actually are.
So back to you guys arguing, because Vanda's just going to watch this.
Yeah, is there anything else going on? Because that will progress naturally, and we can just go straight back to that if you want, but...
Second would be feeling sheepish and bad, so she is just gonna be, like,
Attacking me?
petty and, like, arguing with Nofret to kind of, take her mind off it, and,
Remember that time when I said, promise not to do anything?
promise not to leave the premises. I was here. I did exactly as you asked.
I don't think that's... I think I was asking you to promise not to make commotion. Yeah.
You didn't actually get that promise from me. You may have requested it, but I did not say that I would be quiet. There's certain things about darkness and being stuck that aren't pleasant.
You know,
I certainly
I can respect that. I can respect that very much. But next time we go in with more of a plan that's clear to all of the parties, yeah?
Well, I thought I was doing. Well, Hetty suggested. This is Hetty's fault. She was whispering in my brain, saying, let me have a look. I am the sneakies.
This
And she
sounds like a
was the
situation where you're blaming the other sister for a problem that was essentially yours as well.
No, she had very strong ideas, and I hadn't let her out for a while, so she, played on all of my vulnerabilities to let her out. And she was going to be sneaky. She just isn't very used to being out, and then when she could not move, you know, it made her remember maybe me not letting her out, and she got scared.
And
And like there's this little doe-eyed like puppy look, like the,
you see Olwen stand up, turn around, and start coming back out to the main room.
Frey, you do the talking. I just elbow Frey. Like, you got the. I can't. He's gonna hate me now. Just. It's not my fault.
And when he steps out of the main
all
room, he deliberately doesn't look at you, Nilfred,
Mm-hmm.
except to cast a glare in your direction. He looks at the other two, because he still doesn't, the cat.
It's just a cat.
Yeah, it's just a cat.
So he does look at Sekhet, and then given the nature that he's shown, he does immediately look at Freyalise. Your handiwork? You do this?
No. And Second will stand in front of Frey and like just look him square in the face and go, no, it was me. I
I'm in
got
all of you. This is your handiwork.
You said that there were no spiders here. Frey's gonna like move in front of like
And
push.
there weren't.
Then what is that in there?
Clearly it's a spider.
What happened?
I wasn't in the room. You tell me.
There was a spider there, and apparently there's no spiders around. So you
Second
tell
kind
me.
of gestures to like her chest where like there's some acid burn on her clothing. She's like, I got startled. I was worried. I got spat at by a spider. I got scared. I am so sorry. I will give you gold. I had thought there were no spiders here.
Oh, doesn't make it right. As far as I was aware, there were no spiders here. I haven't lied to any of you. And yet,
Does that mean we helped you with a problem you did not know you had?
Second. I
This
think
is the
this
body in
created
there.
it.
What?
the other body in there.
What
I don't
the-
remember anybody other than the three of you. Were they with you?
No.
And clearly there's a problem in this village that I was not aware of as Hitsman.
Sickett shuffles behind Frey and just kind of dips her head and just hushes.
I now have a lot of work ahead of me to clean up that mess. I need to find out, if that's not somebody you know, who they are. I look at them and I feel like I should know them, but I don't. I didn't think we had a spider problem, and yet there are the remains of a somewhat large spider splattered all across my ruined room. I don't know where Zah is.
I know it's not our place anymore to ask, but do you need help with this? We can go find her if need be, as a apology for ruining your room and ruining your hospitality.
I'm a man of peace, and yet I have not always been. I don't want your help to clean that room. I will deal with that.
At least
You
help
are
her.
welcome to stay here for the remainder of your night if you wish. Not you. And he looks at Nofrit.
At
I
least
just
let
dip
us
my
help
head.
you find
Are
her.
not welcome in this house.
It's totally fine.
Whatever you did, it's not okay. I welcomed you in. I fed you. And this is what I get. If there was a problem, as this is my house, perhaps you should have told me. But thank you for destroying the spider, but also years of work. I will calm down, but for now, I need you all out of my sight. Whether it is in there, resting for the night, whatever you need to do, or out there and away from me. Because I've got a lot of work to do. And he turns and walks back into the room.
I feel like I got told off by the principal just then.
I feel like I got told off by a
Yes, he's
disappointed
the-
father.
He's the headsman of the village.
Nofrit knows this feeling well.
It does give chieftain of a tribe,
Yep.
sort of,
Putting
but
their
you
peeps
could
in
also
line.
tell, especially you, Sekhet, that there was a rage boiling just underneath. That this is why he was dismissing you, because he doesn't want to sink to that.
Yeah.
But he is very, very close to it. So whatever you guys want to do it. But he's made his feelings very clear. And yeah. Unless somebody's got like a negative wisdom, you probably all understand that going and disturbing him any further this night is probably not going to be a good idea.
No, I go grab my pack and my quarterstaff and I'll just say to the others, feel free to stay here. I'm going to sit by the lake.
No. We're coming with you.
Sorry, but after just getting spat at by a spider, I did not feel comfortable of you being on your own. So I'm going to come and sit by you. You don't have to talk to me. But Ms. Water Seeker, you can stare at the water, and I will just stare at your back so that it does not get spat at. Okay? Okay. Glad we agree.
I like how I'm the one in trouble now. This is the switch that you have made for yourself. I know exactly what has happened here, so
Excuse me.
I grab my bag and my quarterstaff and I leave.
Just love consequences. Especially of the friends spell, because
Yeah. It's a
That's
very
like-
interesting one.
yeah. Okay. So the two of you are exiting. Frey, Vander.
Following. Definitely
Getting my
following.
stuff and following.
Okay. So
I'm
you all
talking to
exit
Vander the cat
Olwen's
without
house.
him replying. And as we walk to the lake's edge, and I'm just like, he can be angry all he wants. I cast a spell. He's angry about it. But he's not dead, so.
No.
Right. You get me.
Well,
Alright.
Yeah. We just like sleep rough next to the lake, I think.
And it is a clear night. It's not the warmest of nights. I say it's mid-spring, so it's not bad. But there is the quiet lapping of the waves against the white gravel beach, and You do have the bright moon zenith sort of still doing her slow course of charting across the sky. And whether you sleep quickly or you takes a while, Manayan's, she goes at a very quick orbit. So over the course of a night, you'd see her orbit a couple of times through the sky. But Onera tonight, after setting, early evening, is nowhere to be seen. But you all may, if you want, have your rest for the night. But before you do,
Oh no.
I need you all to make a Constitution saving throw,
Here we
please.
go.
Here we go!
Because I haven't forgotten.
Oh god. Constitution.
As a point, Vander would have been sleeping on Nofrit's chest.
Okay.
Oh, that's bloody cute, guys.
Oh no, it's to make sure you don't go anywhere. Anytime you try and roll, he would have clawed into you and be like, no, stay there.
Still cute. I love it.
12, because I've got a +6 on that save. That could have been bad.
Jesus.
Roll for me.
So no. Alright, roll. I got a 16.
23.
Oh.
Oh, you've got proficiency in that.
I do have proficiency in
Sorcerer's
Constitution.
have proficiency.
And I also have the crystal of a ring of protection.
That's right, you do. Yes.
So I have
Forgot that was a thing.
the +1 bonus as well.
Yep. And Frey.
I got a 16.
All right, so I have you
that's
guys
pretty
know the DC was 12.
Oh, we did it, team!
Yay!
The barbarian only just made it, but you all
But
passed.
do we know that we were poisoned?
Nope, no idea.
No one's aware of
No
it.
idea at all.
Okay, cool.
Nobody's suffering any ill effects. Just yep. But that's it. I'm just going to be open about it. You guys, that was
Yeah.
what it was. But yeah, none of you have any idea. So the night passes. Frey, at least you do have your dream.
Oh yeah, that's right.
As described last time. Of winter running through a sort of a snowy plain with Sir Arthur, clinging to his neck. Sort of grey drifting snow in the air that sort of courses across her face. Glaive as a snow panther running behind, then jumping into the air and becoming a winter owl. And then off in the horizon, you've got the three moons in a triangular shape and the shadowy silhouette that you associate with the Keeper of Winter. Again, there's all sorts of jumbles of images, but that's the one that, upon waking, would stick with you.
Do we still get a long rest, even with the Constitution roll?
That was going to be the thing. Is if any of you failed a Constitution saving throw, that they were not going to be getting the benefits of a long rest. Yep. So, you do all manage to get your long rest. Depending on when you wake up, this is a fishing village, so people are up very early, out in the morning. It's probably look at the three of you and a cat very oddly, sleeping near the waters of the Seven Lords Lake at night. Given that they're a very friendly and open village and normally just invite people into their midst, it's kind of odd to them that you're just taking this opportunity. They're probably sitting there going, druids. But the sun rises on a new day, and did we want to take a quick break
Sure.
at that point?
Sure.
Yep.
All right.
Alrighty.
Chat, we'll be back in 5.
5-ish. Yep.
5-ish.
And
Be right back.
Sorry about the panic.
Sorry about what?
The panic.
a panic spell?
The panic was great. All of that was awesome.
Wait, do I want to sleep in? It'll be my way. Oh, cute. Cute, it'll be my way. How is stream? How are the people? Sorry, I thought I had my thing on mute, but I didn't. Just wandering around. Sorry, I always eat on D&D streams. I get very snacky. I had to eat a scone. I ate some chips. I think it's also just like running around a bunch, doing things. I hope chat is having a good time. Blank, it's really nice to see you on a D&D stream. OMGM, hi. Whoa. My everything just froze. Am I still live? Holy shit, what happened? My everything froze. My everything froze? Am I back now?
Yeah, still go.
Oh god.
Hi.
We're back. I'm still live. My computer just said to have
Yeah.
a little heart attack.
Yeah, everything seems like it's still going.
Cool. I need to get rid of the other BRB screen in this one. Because I made a cute one and then I have the other one from my normal. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I was not expecting that level of damage on Sekir.
Oh, I don't know who we just killed.
There
It
was
was,
panic.
it was literally 2d8, and I rolled double sevens, and I was like, what?
Did you write down, like, what the crystals do, or did you just say them out loud?
What are you looking for?
The Ember Shard crystal and the Unbroken Flame. Because I think
Yep. We have been through that one.
we have been through it probably twice.
I have them all written down. It's just a matter of giving me a moment. I'll see if I can find them.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty
I
sure I
know-
know how they work. It's something
Yeah.
to do with...
It's the specifics of them.
Yeah. The Ember Shard has 2 charges. I can either reduce fire damage by 2 per charge, or I can imbue a fire spell with 1d10 extra fire damage.
Yeah, I think that's what the 2 charges are for.
Yeah.
And you automatically reduce the fire damage depending on how many charges are in it. So the more of it you expend on offense, the less defense you have. So it's got 2
Oh.
charges. And while it has those 2 charges, you reduce all fire damage you take by 2.
I just passively reduce it. Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then if
If
I
you
use a
spend-
charge, then I
If
get
you
it by
spend
1.
charge, then it reduces it to 1, and then if you
Got
spend
it.
another charge, you don't have the So you can exchange your defense for your offense.
Yeah.
Is the idea of Ember Shard, and that is one that can grow and become more powerful over time,
That'd be cool.
and get more charges of that. So you can start passively reducing more fire damage, or you can start adding more D10s onto your fire damage, because it's not just I don't think it's just any fire damage you do. You can just use a charge of it to do fire damage on top of what you're doing.
So it doesn't even...
You can,
So I could have done
So
it
you
with
could-
Gust. And
so
had
you
it,
could
like,
have yes,
flame
and you
inside
could,
of
and you
it
could have
all.
flames whirling through it, or you could do
That
through
would be
catapult, and you've got a little tiny flaming meteorite flying through the air.
Oh, I like the flavor
It's-
of that one.
It's all designed for you guys. Like, this is the whole idea of crystals. It's supposed to be able to be designed for you guys to customize your shit.
Yeah.
Hey,
And then
That's yeah.
Unbroken Flame is a 50-foot radius, 1 point per dice roll to fire.
Yep.
Is what
So
I wrote
for-
down.
Yeah, so it's an aura, and as long as you have Unbroken Flame melded to or bonded with, yeah, in that aura, any fire damage that is done gains +1 damage per dice that's rolled. So were you to cast Fireball, you immediately get a +8 damage to it.
Right.
Yeah, were you to cast a Firebolt, and I think at your level it's 2 dice, you get
Yeah.
a +2 to it.
Got
That's
it.
the idea of it. It just passively increases the level of fire damage done in that area.
Nice. Okay.
yeah.
Understood.
A lot of extra mechanics, but that's why I give it as crystals instead of just features, because that way people can pick and choose and do what they want to do with them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Cool.
Ooh.
So I do understand them. I don't need to have it written down any other way.
Yeah, yeah. I know I've got them written down. I just need to go through my massive folder to find them, because I just assumed they were already
I
written down.
got confused just then.
Why?
I changed the playlist to a different one for the morning, and it
Oh,
has bird song in it, and I was like, bird song in it?
Oh, that's right. I can't do my bird whistle and have my mic pick it up.
No. Oh, I did that a little bit.
Oh, I think I've got to be making more other noise in the background for my mic to be on, for it to pick up.
Ah,
It doesn't pick
interesting.
up the bird noise by itself.
It's too shrill or something.
Yeah. I think my other one doesn't. No, the other
Nope,
one doesn't
nope.
pick up either.
It just looks like you're pulling a
Uh,
ooh face. Ooh. Ooh. Bop. Everyone back now?
mountain. I was about to say, do we have a fly back with us?
Ooh, dip, bip. Yeah.
We shall return in a moment.
Yeah.
Alright. Ah, well. Welcome to your first conflict with the spiders, I guess. This is fine.
Oh no! My sister let my nephew play Stray, and she didn't know, when he loses all his friends. Like, oh,
Yeah.
wow. It's like the very start of the game. No one.
It's the very start of the game.
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
he makes friends and then he
It's
falls.
minutes in.
Yeah.
Well, that's
and
his family.
Aw.
That's the
he
family
had a
he's trying
big
to
cry
persuade
about
to.
it. He had
That
a
was
big
because when I was
cry.
streaming that, I've now got it clipped because I think it was our lovely Vixen, maybe? That immediately redeemed a Jigglypuff song, moment after Kitty.
Yeah.
And so there's this moment of watching Cat go, ah! And down, just kind of like singing. And then, it comes into the middle of it, it's like, fuck me.
That's pretty funny.
You're welcome.
What can I say
Oh,
except you're
gosh.
welcome? It was great. Oh. Alright, we'll get
It
rocking back
was-
into it as soon as Frey returned.
It was pretty funny yesterday because I got to see him for a little bit, and he was like, "Can we have sushi for lunch?" Blah blah blah. We were like, "Oh, we're gonna do pizza bread," like. He was like, "Oh, I don't really want sushi." I'm like, "We'll do a sushi date. We'll go have sushi together, you and me, sometime. Not this weekend though." And he was like, "Okay." And apparently, he's not shutting up about the sushi date. Like, to my sister, she's like,
He
"We're
wants
going to
his
go
own
have a
continent."
coffee with our friend Michelle," and he was like, "No, I'm going on a sushi date with Kiki." It was very
Cute.
cute.
Amazing.
He's
Aw.
a funny kid. Yeah,
Oh dear.
it was good to hang out with him yesterday. I needed little kid energy.
That's right, every time I
It
look at
is
the
so amazing.
yeah, every time I look at the stream I need to remind myself, Vander's icon is still in grayscale as well.
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
Yep. Every time I look at it I go, oh yeah.
There was something I was supposed to do.
What is it supposed to be?
Well,
supposed to
your,
be
your
coloured.
character's not supposed to be great.
we had it grayscaled out because you weren't here last week.
Ah.
Yeah.
And then we had the fish tank icon instead of the
Yeah.
camera.
Fish tank.
I did see that there was fish tanks. But
Yep.
It was good.
What is it? What is
Basically,
it?
Vander's AFK, he's gone hunting fish.
Fish.
Vishy, vishy, vishy. Hey, Frey's back!
Oh,
Alright.
sorry.
No, that's right.
Boom.
Okay. So, we're good to go?
We just killed an
Let's go.
innocent potentially. Well, okay,
Okay,
here, guys.
I mean,
This
maybe.
this is my weird theory. What if it was like a
Yeah.
ranger half elf, and we just killed its like pet as well, which was the spider? No, because it shapeshifted that spider from something else. So.
Actually, we never got to that. Well, yeah, it's the spider bit. We never got to the point where the moonbeam kicked in.
Hmm.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
You are angry. It spat at you.
Guys, for doing barbarian things.
Yeah.
Mhm. It spat at you.
Okay.
It was an interesting, yeah. Do you
So-
wake up a second?
The sun rises. You have all achieved long rest. And there are, you guys are adventurers. You're kind of used to being up early, but you have also spent a lot of time recently in the city, so there might be a slight bit later that you've gotten to getting up. I don't know. Whenever you guys choose to be up, you can be up. But almost no matter what time you guys choose to be up, most of the people of the village are already moving about. And as people are sort of prepping, or either out on the water or they're prepping to do so, you guys also do notice that Olwyn is out and about. And as they're sort of moving about and doing their business, getting ready for their day, whether you guys, I don't know if you guys are paying attention to anything that's going on there, whether you wanted to have a conversation amongst yourselves, but there is a moment where sort of, you know, Olwen's out and he's having a discussion with, looks like the same person he was discussing things with last night around the horses. He does sort of look over and he'll catch one of your eyes and just, he'll be just big smile and give you a wave and then go back to doing what he was doing. The day is yours. Do with it as you will.
Frey's gonna be like using her minor illusion just to shape the 3 moons and the silhouette, just to look at it and be like, what is this? What did I even dream? What is this? What's going on? Where is Winter? Where's Glaive?
Because you've seen an image like that quite often in some of your dreams. Like, in fact, it was something like that that kind of kicked you off into doing the whole joining the expedition for the eclipse. But in almost every instance of that, one thing stands out about how this is different from the previous one. In the previous ones, is ordinarily the silhouette, the figure of the Keeper of Winter, has the 3 moons, one above the head and then 2 sort of out from the shoulders. Like the three moons almost frame in a triangular shape the upper body of the Keeper of Winter. In this particular one, the 3 moons were forefront, and the Keeper was back, drifting further away, and it was almost like on the inside of the silhouette. So there was just kind of there's a slightly different aspect to it, which might be marginally confusing because it's the first time you've seen a change in the way that looks. So that maybe that's what's leading to Freya at least going, oh, it's different.
Hang on a minute, don't like this.
But obviously natural concern for Winter and Sir Arthur and Glaive.
Is Vander still a cat?
Yep.
Eating a fish.
Damn it. He gets out of all of the role play.
I just love the idea of these 3 women traveling with their cat.
Yeah, we're crazy cat ladies to another degree, am I right?
Instead of having many cats, you just have one between
one
you.
adventure cat.
So you're not crazy cat ladies, it's just a crazy cat and his ladies.
Yes.
And we're all talking to the cat.
You're all, yeah.
And the cat has tiny knives.
And the cat just looks like he's fucking with this shit, yeah. Like most cats. Alright, so what do
The
you
cat's
what are you
wearing
up
a
to?
tactical belt, like...
It's Bat Cat. You know, utility belt.
Got one of those goth style collars that are just like little silver knives around the whole thing.
Oh, yeah!
He's got matching ones on all of his paws, just little belts.
Oh my god, we need art of that.
We need art of that so bad.
Alright.
I take a second to like kind of scoop my hands through the earth, and as I do, it kind of illusory pulls up from the ground and moves around me, and I cast mage armor on myself again.
Okay, start of the day casting mage armor.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm just fucking not wasting shit.
No,
today.
fair enough. Yep.
I would like to, when I wake up, which will
Mhm.
probably be with daylight because that's how second rolls, would like to do like a perimeter check and see if she can see if there are any caves or ruins within sight of the village, like any.
Okay.
Ah, I like that plan.
So you're going to do a perimeter walk of the village. So are you making that of this little sort of village cluster? Or are you, because I did say when you guys arrived, there were sort of like half a dozen other ones that are sort of stretched out a little bit further beyond, not they're within sight, but beyond like the main grouping here, that are obviously just part of the village, but they're just a little bit more isolated. Are you doing it just of the village cluster, or are you doing it of the entire?
The entire.
All right, so that will take probably it's probably an hour to walk that and actually still be searching for things.
Yeah,
You could
she is.
walk and talk.
Yeah, if everybody wants to do it, they can. It's up to you. It's up to whether Seket's doing that before everybody else gets up, whatever you guys want to do. What I'll do is I'll get you to make me an investigation check. Actually, I can tell you what. I will let you choose, and I pretty know which way you're going to go. Whether you want to do investigation or survival. Yeah, like I said,
I go survival.
yeah, I was about to say I know which way you're going to go, but they'll both garner slightly different results. So
18.
18 survival. Okay. So yeah, whether other things are happening at the same time or not, you're 18. As you are walking the perimeter, there doesn't seem to be like much in the way of caves or things. From where you are, you've spent a little bit of time around the Seven Lords Lake. You're aware that like the environment is typically very alive. It's very vibrant and verdant, and things are always growing. It is just a place where life is in abundance. So even the grass itself is quite lush and thick. So your investigation, it's hard to tell if there are any caves, because out there where you're probably trying to find them, the grass is quite high. So the ground itself is relatively flat. There's a few rises, a few falls, a few bumps, but overall you can see mostly out to the horizon, and you almost feel like you can just sort of pick up that slight ping of that desert heat haze in the distance, and that small little pang of home, as sort of looking out to the east. But nothing seems to pick up any signs of any caves, any hollows, anything like that. With a survival and a 17, what I will give you is, as you are returning, if you are, and you sort of make your way past where you were last night, so Olwen's residence, and you do see the shattered out window, you do see that there are just a few slight indentations of footprints moving away from the window.
Can I pick up what direction they're going in?
East. Out into the grasslands.
All right, ladies and cats, let's get the packs and go moving. We need to go head east.
Okay. At some point during the walk of town, can I have, facing like away from the lake, reached my senses out and just meditated and done like trying to see if there's any pockets of water deep underground that are not lake related? Is there
Excuse
any
me?
water, stagnant water sitting in some cave systems there, love?
The thing being, your water seeking ability really leads you to the largest, most
Yeah, it always goes. There's the lake.
So as long as you're within a proximity of the Seven Lords Lake, pretty much every single time your senses are going to go, whoop,
Yeah.
you know, straight to the lake. Trying to sort of spread your focus out and find anything else. There are little bits of sort of underground streams that maybe branch out from it. You can't tell whether they're part of a cave network. But yeah, everything else just kind of feels like almost every other time you've tried to do it near the lake. There's not really a whole lot else
Just
out
overpowering.
of the ordinary.
depth.
Yeah, yeah. So, oh, that's not a good word to use today, noob.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Speaking of, where do they go?
It's going great.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to do during the walk.
Okay. Vanda, Frey, anybody else doing anything?
Actually, no. Before we just head east, though, perhaps Frey, you might want to communicate to Alvin what we're doing, so he doesn't feel like we're just taking matters into our own hands above the headsman of the town. That would be insulting to him as chief, right? But I guarantee he will not want to see me.
He most definitely probably doesn't want to. given what has happened.
Yeah.
Let's
You've
see
got to
what
be
I
more
can do.
careful about who you fling spells at.
I think we just need to leave this as a lesson. Yes, a lesson. We need to leave it as a lesson of maybe thinking before we act.
Is that not exactly what I said to you last night, Second and Hetty?
But at the same time, maybe not casting unwanted spells on people?
That was for his safety, so he did not enter a dangerous place. But
You took away the agency
I feel like
of
we
somebody
all-
who has
Ex-
already he has already come. He's the head of the place. He has the muscles. He has unbridled rage.
you
to
also took
smile.
away someone's agency last night.
Okay, listen.
I got scared. It happens.
Excluding Vander,
You were in trouble. I was also scared.
we are all at fault.
Don't look at me like that. Yeah, except for Vander.
Yeah, even you can't.
This cat, he just didn't really do anything. We're all at fault. This is a lesson.
But did he steal the knife though?
Wait a minute.
We didn't see anything.
Damn. Okay.
All for what? We solved a problem he didn't even know he had.
Gonna
We
say-
alerted
That's
him that it
exactly-
is a problem.
That is what
But
I'm
there
exactly saying.
is-
Is Frey should probably go warn him what we're doing now.
There was a mess in the house that he welcomed us in. There is a body of unknown.
Are we sure that wasn't Zar in some other form?
I feel like he would have been more angry if it was so. I
And-
feel
and
like
if-
he would have tried to.
Unless he's being psychically manipulated by them. Because he did not know the figure, but he felt like he
Alright,
should have.
Vander, I need a yes. Just nod or shake head. Yes? Okay? Do I go talk or do I not? Do we just do our own thing? We talk? You're coming with me. I can't talk.
We will wait on the edge of town for you. Right, sister?
Please be the talkative one.
You're asking how
Actually, wait. No. Because then it's just more stuff to explain. You're a cat.
Yeah, it's up to you, Fred.
She's just a cat. Yeah.
You've got this. You've got this.
Yeah, I haven't been staying like this for the fun of it. That's the reason.
It's kind of the same reason that Hetty went back to Sekhet. You maintain that same facade that you arrived in, because otherwise you
Yeah.
have more things to explain. It makes sense. Yep.
Please,
I give
somebody
Freya-
come with me.
A pat on the shoulder. I can't, and this one blew up his room, so I don't think
Oh,
they should
Vander will
either.
go with you.
It was a cat.
Yeah.
Vander will give you emotional support by ankle grabbing, right?
it is very supportive, really.
I'm sorry. Frey.
Oh, and I also like the riding on the shoulder thing. That's really cool.
Hey Frey, I've never actually asked this, but do your like biscuits and stuff, do they work on yourself? Could you give yourself like a confidence boost?
Or maybe I should just make a sleep one and put myself to sleep.
No. You know what?
Ah.
No.
I feel like having another nap.
No, you don't. It's really
Frey?
funny because you don't.
Head, my head's feeling very.
Don't make me cast friends on
very-
you too, okay?
Don't.
You, there should be a rule about intergroup magicking. That is a no-no. You don't do that to me, do you?
I have never done it
That's
to you and I
get
would
really
not.
angry at you sometimes.
Oh.
I'm leaving. Frey, you've got this. And I leave town. Thumbs up.
Does Frey have that though?
Whatsoever.
She was kind of distracted with her own little.
thoughts about going back to sleep?
No thoughts about her dream that she had.
Oh.
Up to you. You guys let me know what you're doing.
would like-
We're going east, but I've suggested we tell him first. That was my thing.
Okay, Frey will do the talking.
Okay.
This is gonna be very interesting.
Oh. As you move back into the village open, so the matted down grass, you do see that Owen, and he wasn't doing it last night, so you assume this is kind of his thing now. He doesn't go out on the water much anymore. He leaves that to others. You see he's sort of helping to tend to the cart that you saw out in the open, alongside the same guy that was helping him with the horses. They seem to be either just doing some maintenance or some repairs on the said cart. And it's not incredibly occupied, it's just more kind of this is a thing for him to do right now. So he's doing it.
Frey's just gonna walk up. Good morning.
Oh, morning, Sister of Sacrifice. Hope you slept well.
As well as I could. I hope you did too.
Yeah,
As
it was
best
all right.
as you could.
I usually sleep pretty well.
Just to inform you that we will be leaving now. We
So
will be
soon?
going. We will be going east.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your hospitality, and we're sorry for the mess that we have caused.
Miss?
Yeah, you were quite.
This is Alan, right?
Yep.
You don't remember what happened last night?
You guys came around to our place. You had a meal. We discussed bandits and spiders, things we haven't had issues with. And then you went to settle in for the night. And then, for whatever reason, decided that perhaps you'd rather sleep under the stars.
Do you have some time to talk?
I can do. I'm just keeping myself busy, really.
Okay, is it's okay to, like, I'm not wasting any of your time, right?
No, not
Do
at
you-
all. I'm really, literally just keeping myself occupied for a little while until the first catch comes back in.
Frey's gonna quietly say, "You know Zard's missing, right?"
Missing? No?
So you don't remember any of the events that. Give me one moment. I'm very sorry. Give me one moment.
Okay.
I'm gonna quickly. Frey's gonna go try and find Nofret and second.
Okay.
And she's gonna be like to Vanda,
You
like,
were previously, so yeah.
yeah. She's gonna go to Vanda. This is weird. This is very weird.
Vanda nods, turns around, and heads to Owen's house.
Olwen's house? Okay. Yep.
Oh.
Thank you.
Right. So Olwen's house is closer. So Frey, if you're going to go look for the sisters, Vanda, the front door is currently closed.
Go around to the broken window.
Crimes.
Okay. Which is still broken.
Jump up and have a look inside.
The room is still tossed and turned. It looks like there's been some sort of an attempt to clean it up. But I mean, it was a lot of mess. It was going to take a long time to clean. But it looks like somebody's at least started to try and clean it up. Like the bed's been upended. You see that all the sheets have been ripped off it and wadded into a corner. The spider body's still there, but it looks relatively untouched. And just, yeah, things have sort of been moved out of the way more so than fully cleaned.
The half-elf body's still there.
No.
Is the spider body still there?
Yes. Parts of it. scattered all over the place.
Oh, jeez.
It was well and truly squashed and exploded.
Is the door open to the rest of the house from this bedroom?
It looks like it's closed, but from the angle you're on, you're almost looking at it as a flat plane, so it could be slightly ajar.
Was
But
it
you'd have to go into the room to find out.
No way it was a stew, right?
No way, it was what? Oh, the stew.
No,
I'm sorry.
no way it was a stew.
Were we eating half-elf stew?
No, as in making Owen go, what happened? I don't know. I could be rambling. I'm rambling. Sorry.
I mean, you're not there, but you did all partake of the same food.
After remembering the trouble Hetty got into for snooping, Vandra's gonna go
Yeah, maybe.
and turn around and head back.
It's just a cat.
Sure.
Learn from my mistakes.
Wait, adventurers learning from us? Nah.
No way.
Wouldn't do that.
Okay, so
It lasts only half an hour.
Yeah, unless Sekit and Offrit have decided to go and do something else or wander off, it won't take much for Freyalise to find you because I assume you're still very close to where you were.
Oh my god. You just see like this little tuft of hair like moving around while
through
you're
the
just
grass.
watching like yeah.
Oh, I also wanted to do an
That one.
insight check on Oren to see if he was telling the truth about this whole
Yeah,
doesn't
go for it.
remember.
Thank God Vander was there.
Well, I mean, you guys all did a lot of insight checks last session, which made me very happy.
My character's very naive though. She will never really
19.
19? Yeah. He was telling the truth as far as he knows it.
Cool.
sick.
Yep.
So fucking confused.
It's amazing. I wanted to insight him from the start, and then you started talking. I was like, I need more.
I want more.
Oh man, if only you had a way to communicate, right? Right. So, Freyalise, you do come across the sisters, unless again they've gone off and done something else. I don't know. But they'll be sort of out right on the outskirts of where the outlying houses are.
I imagine
ready to see.
Alfred is keeping a very tight rein on Sickett at the moment. Would you
Probably.
say that?
Yep.
Every single time she'd go to walk
if
away,
you try, yeah, like if move, I just look
Stick.
at you.
you just like point your cane and go, don't.
Just ankle tap her anytime she tries to move. Like no.
Right. So yes, you would come across the two sisters out in the grass.
You ready to
Amanda,
go play?
Your investigation wouldn't take them long, so you won't be far behind. Especially given you're a cat, and although the grass is a little long, it probably wouldn't take you too much to be able to find your way to them. I'm not going to bother doing
You are
checks for that.
nimble.
Yeah, just whoo, over the grass. Whoo, over the grass. Anyway. back to you guys.
Sorry. Sorry to be a bearer of bad news. Is it bad news? Good
Oh,
news?
was
I
it-
don't know. Maybe it's good news. Maybe it's good news because it means that you're not in trouble anymore. Owen's forgotten what happened last night.
How do you mean forgotten? Like he doesn't remember who we are?
He remembers us, but he doesn't remember the incident that happened.
Oh.
Doesn't mean that you get off the hook.
Oh, you believed him as well for not remembering, or did he seem like he was covering it up? Or
He seemed like he was telling the truth, right? Right?
turns around, cat's like coming. It's not there yet.
Anyway, apparently Zara's not missing.
Za is not missing.
Not missing. Nothing apparently happened last night either. We just decided to sleep under the stars.
How does someone wake up with a dead body in their house and a dead spider and just go, nothing happened, it's totally fine?
Anytime you want to show up, Vandy, you can. It's up
Yeah,
to you.
Vanna shows up
Anytime.
and he comes. He,
Yep.
And the last round, he turned back into his hybrid form.
So, hi.
There you are.
I didn't want to cause more issues.
I know that feeling.
Cause more issues.
The damage is still there.
Okay.
The
does
spider
that-
body is still there, but the half elf is gone.
The half elf is gone.
Yes. And he was being very genuine. He said he did not remember anything that happened. I don't know what's going to happen when he opens that room again, or when he walks around the side of his house and sees the broken window.
Okay. So something we need to consider then, right? Was there anything else that was off last night to anyone? You gave me a really weird look across the table second, and we didn't really get to talk about it much, but
Well, okay. So, time to be a little bit honest. I have started to be able to, like, shut my eyes and search around with, like, maybe it's Hetty inside of me looking, but I can sense some kinds of magics and such.
that's helpful.
And I was doing the due diligence of taste testing the food before we ate it because I don't know, something felt a bit off, and I was right. Something was off about the stew. At what point does it become a soup? Is that more liquid? Anyway, I digress. The thing is, I sense very strong magic coming off of Zar. Very illusion. She's making pictures, and the knife that was used to prepare did the school of magic that Theodore would have made things blow up with that kind of magic, like fireballs and pows.
I grab Vander. Don't
An
go-
explosive knife?
Stay here.
Yeah, it
I need to go examine
Oh,
the damage.
no,
just a
No,
little
you
bit
don't.
longer.
I'm just holding on. I'm not very strong, but I'm holding on to this scruff like, don't leave yet.
and I mean, I
Look,
haven't really
if he
been-
forgets every night, he's not going to remember it's missing.
Yes, but it could actually do something to us, right? It is not our
What was
knife.
the question again?
Who cooked?
Za.
Za cooked.
And he ate a lot of the same stew. That's why I wanted you guys to be careful.
But
the
we
careful
all felt fine
watch.
this morning. So either it is something that only happens incrementally over time when you eat more of this food.
I don't
Or
know.
we
You
were just-
seemed very
Do
testy.
you
Frey seemed more distracted than normal.
I'm
Well,
not
I had
more
a-
testy.
I had a weird dream, but we can talk about it later. Do you think that there's any leftover of the stew?
Don't
What,
eat
do you
it.
want to break into his house and see if the soup
No,
is...
I would like to
I
eat
think we
more
should
of
break
the
into his
stew.
house, yeah.
No, we are not breaking into his house. He welcomed us in.
oh.
This is a second chance.
This is true, but also we're very focused on the stew. Doesn't
It's the only-
the Seven Lords like have a calming effect?
It does.
That's why I was like trying to do the sensing. If they use that kind of water, was it trying to, do an enchantment on us? But it wasn't that kind of magic at all.
Maybe it just suppresses things that make you angry.
Okay, from now on, can we all just say we eat our own rations while we are here?
It
Just
was
put
very
in
nice
the-
stew.
It was delicious.
It was
And
fine.
they took all the vegetables off. It was so lovely of them.
I know they gave you like the gravy bits. With
You
the
are
little-
one
Oh,
pampered
you
cat,
were
that's
so
for sure.
spoiled.
Are you saying I do not deserve
Okay.
to be pampered?
So either we go now, we ignore this, whatever is happening here, or we look into it a little bit. But this time, no sneaking off, no ruining houses, no casting magic on people, and no stealing knives.
Look,
Damn it.
Hetty was trying to get us information, okay?
Would
She
she
I
was
know
do it,
that's-
but when I say it,
I know that it was a panic. She panicked, but we could just try and ask for the information before breaking into somebody's
He
area.
does not even remember a dead half elf in his house.
Here's-
There is something going on here. If we just ask for information, you know, more spiders
People-
could pop out from under the bed.
Here's
This is
a-
the thing you have to look for.
here is a wild thought. They haven't
Here we
seen
go.
you as you, Vander.
No.
And they haven't seen Hetty.
No.
You two could enter as strangers and ask questions in a different way than we first did.
We could have the second chance that we are being talked about.
Potentially. And if me and Frey stay within a range of you, you can communicate with me as you did last night when you messed up. And I could communicate with you. So we could, in theory, split into two groups and
Didn't Fry just say we do not split up?
I know I'm not, but I'm saying we have the ability to you two both have a different form. You
And
could be
better, we can have a look at that knife for you.
No! No!
Oh,
You know,
actually, you know
what?
It's actually-
If it goes,
Just-
you know what?
Just me and Hetty.
You know
Hetty
what?
wouldn't stop it.
I can't believe I suggested this.
Did not see anything that has been concocted here about stealing knives. I do not know anything about it.
That's good. That's good. Plausible
Yep.
deniability. You
Uh-huh,
keep that.
yep.
That's very good.
I
Hetty and I will go this way.
don't blow up any
You know
of the
what?
houses.
As much as I also hate this, it's a kind of okay
It's-
plan.
It was
I
also
didn't
your
see
idea.
anything.
Yeah. Well, it's because I'm great.
Okay.
We'll see
Hey.
how the plan turns out.
Nofret,
Mm.
may I borrow some of your spare clothes, please?
I don't really have a lot spare. Okay, sure. Okay.
I work in wearing the same clothes as Sekit, only
It's a
modified.
good thought. I pull out like a wraparound poncho-y thing that I had before I got the nice shawl from the market. That was just like an extra layer that I bought from home. And then I also give the fireproof jacket. Do we still have that? I do. I also give you the poncho. So you can make pants out of one and you can make flame retardant poncho from the other.
Oh my god, yes. So, as Sekit, because Sekit's asked this, so Sekit actually gets out her needlework and like fashions some heady-sized clothes.
Some like little
I'm happy
harem
to do
pants
roles
out
for
of
that. Like
the
a
shawl
harem
piece I
pants,
get. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, Vander.
That takes a relative amount of time.
Did we say the cat's name when we were in town, or does he have to come up with a pseudo?
I don't think Cat was ever introduced.
No, I don't think
No,
he
Cat
was.
was
So
just
you're
Cat.
good. You just go by
Yeah.
Vander. You're fine. Unless you really want to come up with a fake name. That's your call.
Aha.
Is Vander even your real name?
I was gonna say, what makes you think Vander is my real name?
I knew it!
What's the bet? It's
What's your real name?
Beans McBeans.
It's actually Charles.
Insight check.
I believe it.
Nah, I fucking
You
don't.
gotta settle this yourselves, man. I have an alternative for
Dirty
popcorn. so I'm
20.
just, you know.
Oh, I only got a 16. Name.
It's not his real name, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Charles.
See, doesn't it just roll off the tongue?
No, not at all.
We call you
Yeah, that's why I
Charles.
stick with Vander. There's so much more of a sexual cadence in Vander than Charles.
Not sexy.
I mean, you do have a point. Vander.
Yes.
So the
Run
plan,
with it. I love it.
the plan as it stands is we let Vander and Hetty enter town as a new group, and me and Frey, we just kind of lie down in the grass, very hidden, at least 120 feet from Elwyn's house.
Okay. And
Right?
what are we
That's
trying to
kind
do
of
when
the
we go
plan.
inside?
Weren't we looking at that knife review? That was the point,
Ah.
right?
No. That's the side project.
Oh,
That is what
okay.
we're going to
Ah.
be doing. But what is the idea that you want us to do?
You wanted us to ask differently?
I want you to speak to them differently. I want you to enter with the knowledge that we now have that their minds are being manipulated. Right? And I want you to ask them, have you seen this woman? And ask of the visage of the half-elf that you saw last night, Vander.
Ah, so we're looking for the half-elf.
We're trying to figure out who they were. Because whoever they were in this plan, they could have been a good person, manipulated by Spider, or they could have been part of this.
Maybe not
Thing.
mention spiders.
Don't mention the
No.
spiders. None of the spiders. We don't want to arouse their suspicion. You were looking for a half-elf woman.
What is our
They're a
reason
part of
for
your group.
being here? I mean, we're just going to show up after
What
you
is our
guys...
relationship to this half-elf?
They
That-
were a
you
part
know
of
what?
your
You two
group.
come up with your creative flair and you figure out the reason. Because I am already doing nothing for
Oh,
this team.
I got it. They were
Yes?
part of your traveling troupe.
There you
Okay.
go.
And they got stolen away by spiders.
No,
No,
spider.
no. No. They went wandering to find a village to perform at.
Oh,
They were
This was the
scouts.
direction.
They were scouting ahead. Yeah.
Mm. I
Like,
want some
I,
more
Speaking
I have
your
another
recipe
idea. It's fine. Come,
into
Hitty.
mouth.
Let's go.
Oh,
Like-
no, I don't like that,
Like-
Vander. Vander! He's sort of walking away.
Yeah.
To give me more chaos.
Uh,
You're sending Hetty and Vander.
What's the worst that could happen?
Exactly.
I don't know.
I-
The last couple of sessions have just been great. I don't know what could possibly go wrong.
Oh, you know,
it's,
the whole place
it's a
is
good
involved
and
in
dumb plan.
flames.
Just because of the parties
Yeah.
that are involved in it.
Yeah,
All right.
I feel insulted.
this is gonna be
So
fun.
you-
I love you.
I'm sure she aims at this bit more than you.
So, question is, Hetty and Vander, as the two of them make their way back to the village open, because I assume that's where you're going. What are Frey and Nofrit going to do in the meantime?
I sit Frey
If
down. I
anything.
say, "So you had a dream?"
Yeah, I did.
I had
It
a dream.
was a jumble of images, and then she's just gonna minor illusion just to stop herself from going on a ramble.
Oh.
But she's going to minor illusion the image of everyone running towards, like in the winter. She's
It's a
just gonna
very-
show-
It's a very blurry, hard to read mess because minor illusion isn't
yeah.
like it. Minor.
It's as much as she
Yeah.
can muster.
You see like two blobs, or you see one blob of white running through white, and another blob of white that jumps out of the white and starts flying ahead of the other blobs of white towards, some framing structure of three other blobs hovering in the air. Illusion is not precise.
It's the best that she can do,
Yeah.
though, without getting into a ramble about how confusing and how much she wants to do
The
that as
existence
well.
of minor illusion, you can point out what things are.
Yeah. Just to exclude the rant that she probably would have gone into.
While we're talking and doing this illusion, we're literally lying in the long grass, like so that we can't be seen from town. And we're lying 120 feet from the house, or 110 feet.
From Olwen's house.
Yeah, in
Okay.
the long grass, like
Do you think?
doing the illusion above us a little bit, so we can see.
Do you think if the memories of things that happen fade, since he couldn't remember the part of it. Do you think us leaving to go east will fizzle as well tomorrow?
That's an interesting question. Because the memory of us was still there for
The
today.
memory of the events.
He remembered people going missing
He
a
doesn't
while ago. But there seems to be a big
He-
patch between, right?
He
Then he-
didn't remember when Tsar came around.
No, he did not. He did not remember.
And then she's not missing?
She's not missing today. But he didn't say where she was, right? He didn't know where she was, but he didn't think she was missing.
I
I
booked
didn't
it out of there.
ask.
Yeah, too quick to ask. Yeah.
I was just overwhelmed with the fact that he couldn't remember anything, and I wanted to get someone.
Well, did he seem worried about that at all?
No, he just had a little. Yeah, he just said she's not. Didn't really.
It's very strange.
I wanted to get someone who has better, like, who's better at talking and not going on, like, going on a rant.
You are very good at talking, Frey. You are very good at talking. And not,
But the fact that there was a spider that they didn't know about and a lady in the room that has gone missing,
mm.
that's kind of interesting.
And Vander said that the guy mentioned that he felt like he should have known them, right? Like, I mean, he said that to all of us, and he had a look of wanting to remember or something in the room.
Definitely concerned and upset.
He did stop.
He did. There is something here. There is some kind of manipulation of memory happening in this village. There is no doubt about that. And that is one of the indicators of the face spider, yeah? That whole psychic element. But how could something... I mean, currently, this is the thing. We only know about Alwyn's memory being a little bit broken. We don't know if it's necessarily manipulated, yeah? And we don't know if the rest of the town is also the same. But
Do you
none of
think-
them reacted to Za at all. Za was a normality to them.
Do you think we should go and ask the other villagers about things, or do we just leave it?
You know what? Maybe we should people watch. Try and find people who
Ah.
seem like on the fringe of society, that maybe don't seem as trusting of everyone else, or something. You know,
Okay.
not just go with the people who are happily talking to each other, but finding people that are more. Their circumstances are not like the others, yeah?
They're outside of the box.
They're outside of the box. And if they also feel exactly like Alwyn, then the box is a very big box, and actually it encompasses everything.
It's a crate.
It's a great word. Yep.
All right. So while the two of you figure out now what you're going to do, we're going to jump back to the answer. So you guys are approaching the village open? Are you approaching
Totally
it from,
normally.
Yeah, are you approaching it from the same direction? Are you what are you guys doing? Let me know what you're up to. How you doing this?
Yeah, we would be approaching it roughly the same direction. We'd be wanting to come in from the main road. Whichever direction would be the most traveled.
There isn't the thing being this there's not a lot of really like roads or trails that come through here. The only real passages that occur are either across the lake via boat, or people will come from either the north or the south as they're skirting the edges of the lake. So there's not really a well-defined road or trail but when people tend to enter, they tend to come from either the north or the south, following the coast, following the coastline of the lake. So, like, the party yesterday approached from the south.
Yeah, we would follow the river line.
As they're kind of walking around, getting closer to people, Hetty will just look at Vander and go, "Yeah, this looks like a nice little spot. She might have stopped here for a little while."
I assume so. This would have been the closest populated location.
Maybe we could find somebody who knows what happens and see if she talked to them.
Maybe. These villages are known for people keeping to themselves.
Oh, the only two people you see, other than the boats out on the lake, are the two people at the cart that Vander saw earlier. Olwen and the other fella. Other than that, this little open area seems to be rather devoid of people. In fact, I'm not really sure that you pick up on it, but since you've arrived, you've seen a grand total of 7 people in this village.
How many houses are there?
Around this little cluster that makes up the main part of it, there's probably about half a dozen. Outlying on the outskirts, because you did do a perimeter walk, there's probably another 6 to 8 roughly out there. But this would be the central part of it. But yes, you do see Olwen and the other fellow still working in and around the cart.
We should go ask them. I actually do not see anybody else around.
Is that usual for small towns? Do they all just, disappear?
I mean, I see boats out in the lake.
It is a nice day for a boating.
See. Plus, it smells a lot of fish around here. Ah, hello.
Yeah, you just sort of as you sort of walk into the open area having the conversation, your voices do sort of carry, and Olwen just sort of pokes his head up. The other fellow keeps on working, and he's just like, "Hello, busy day for strangers. Welcome to Darwa. I'm headsman Olwen.
Oh, Darwa!
Darwa,
That's a
yes.
pretty name. Does
This
it
is a
mean
very
anything in
lovely
particular?
Probably. I've got no idea, but probably means something in some language. What brings you to our sleepy little village? Anything I can help you with, or just moving along and taking in the sights? Here to see our fish, or moving to the next destination.
I told you, fish. See?
I know, you seem to have such a nose for it. You're very good
Funny
at
that.
sniffing it out.
We are actually looking for a friend of ours that went ahead of us when we were unfortunately delayed.
Okay.
You said there were strangers in the village. That's a good sign, yes?
It's a good sign. It could well be her.
Another group came through yesterday. 3 of them and 3 ladies. What are you? Who are you looking? Sorry, what are you looking for?
We didn't even get to introduce you myself. I am Vander. This is Hetty.
Vander, Hetty. So are you in your hybrid or humanoid form, Vander?
Hybrid.
Hybrid. Okay. And Hetty is no. Okay. So,
We are small.
yeah. Sorry. Oh, pleasure to meet you. As I said, Headsman Olwen. You can just call me Olwen. Anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Always love the title headsman. We were looking for our friend. She's a half elf. Was she here yesterday? You said.
There were 2 half elves, actually. Yes. Both reasonably tall, dark of skin, from Tarragonia.
What did the dead half elf look like? I know you said nondescript.
She had she had brown hair, like just regular sort of brown hair, and it was in a very loose ponytail draping down over her right shoulder. There really weren't a whole lot of distinguishing marks because unfortunately they had been both marginally disfigured by a shatter spell and then having a bed slammed onto them with enough force to squash a giant spider. So there weren't really a whole lot of markings that you got to be able to see that would let them stand out. Really, they had long brown hair, and even their outfit was it was just a loose tunic that was sort of flowed down sort of mid-leg with short sort of three-quarter pants.
But it didn't look like something that a tribeswoman would wear, and the skin kind of color.
Villager. Just looked like a villager. Like somebody who was wearing very cheap but comfortable clothing for their everyday. But, their home every day, not their out working every day.
No, not a Tarragonian.
Okay. Really,
Brown hair, normally wears it in a ponytail. I don't even know what name she would have given you. She has a little thing about giving people their proper name.
traveling on the road can be like that.
It can
judgment.
be, and it is very safe that
Yep.
way. Well, safe-ish.
It's all right. I completely understand. Vander, Hetty, that is your real names. I get it. 100%. I get that. So, I gotta say, other than the little group we had yesterday, we haven't really had strangers through in a while, and not any half-elves I can think of. One with a
That is
long
unfortunate.
ponytail might stand out, but I can't think of any.
Are there many half-elves in the area?
There's a couple live on one of the outlying buildings. But it's a man and his wife. Don't think she's got a ponytail, though.
Oh, we were sure this would have been the place she would have ended up. It's the closest place to where we were, so...
Maybe she went to the half elves on the outside. She is also a little skittish. She might not have come into the village directly, and if she saw some fellow half elves, she might have gone straight to them. Do you
Yes.
mind if we go?
Is
If
there
you like.
anything in town that would have maybe made her a bit timid to approach? Because you seemed quite approachable.
We're a quiet little village. We sort of keep out of the affairs of a lot of other places, and we also understand it can be a hard life out there, and people have their own circumstances. So we try and keep things nice and open here.
Can I roll insight onto talking about the half elves and such? Just
Go for it. Yep.
I want to roll insult to see how much he believes our story so far.
Please.
dirty 20. I do love heavy.
Damn. Okay. So with that, as far as him, so you're about the half elves that already live in the village. Yeah.
Yeah, and about whether he truly has seen our friend or not.
Well, given the description he's had of your friend, it's drawing a blank. It's the same as when you came into the village yesterday and we're talking about spiders. He's like, outside of the standard spiders, no. This is kind of the same sort of thing. It's like, well, outside of, hey, we've got a pair of half-elves here, but we haven't had any come visit. It's just, as far as he's aware, to his knowledge, no. But from the sounds of things, from the way he's sort of talking about it, yeah, there's a couple of half-elves live in the village. Man and wife. Live out in one of the outlying buildings. Seems to be very open about it. Vander.
I got a 9.
You got a 9? He's a very open, honest, friendly sort of a person, but the whole thing where you mentioned about people not giving their right names, he did give a little bit of a smirk, like, okay. But nothing malevolent or anything like that. Just kind of like a, yeah, I understand. Other than that, as to whether he believes your story or not, he doesn't seem to have any reason to disbelieve. But, I mean, he hasn't had a lot to go on thus far. Hey, nice.
Isa Borges, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
All right, so, yes, welcome. What now?
I think we should try the half elf, the man and the woman, see if perhaps she went to them.
All right, I mean, I can point you in the direction. They sort of do a little bit of farming as opposed to fishing, so they've got a little patch out there. They should be out, probably tending to the crops this time. It's still early. Oh, it is early. He's looking at his wrist that doesn't have a watch. But he sort of does sort of hold his arm out, sort of pointing in a sort of a northeasterly direction. So that's Ballard and Mydell. They live out there. If they're unsure as you approach, just let them know the headsman sent you in their direction. I hope you find what you're looking for.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Very welcome. And with that he turns and goes back to the cart.
Come on, Nitty.
Oh, sorry, I was just looking at the water. There's a lot of it.
It is.
All right.
And it can
So-
stay over there.
So it'll take a little bit to get out to that farm. It's not a long distance away, but they are scattered a little. So Nofrit and Freya-Lise, what were you guys going to be doing? Were you actually going to go looking for things? Or were
People
you going-
watching.
Yeah, we're gonna go people watch.
Okay. Whereabouts are you going people watching? And to people watch, you're probably going to have to make yourself at least somewhere where you're going to be possibly visible.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be able to people watch when you're lying down in the long grass.
No. do Vander and Hitty tell us they're heading inland?
We haven't yet, but we've only just walked away.
I've only just
from...
had that information.
Yeah,
yet. I'm just jumping back and forth. If you guys want that to be a thing that occurs, please go for it. Not too worried, just
Yeah,
loosely.
do we wait for information before we get up and go people watch, or do we just go people watch? Do you and me get like, are you getting hay fever?
It is springtime.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Whew, it's really up in there. Cha-Cha Squalls, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Hey, love that. So,
Oh wait.
yeah, would Vander
It's
and
Hitty.
Hitty
It's Sicket.
inform the other two? Okay.
Yes.
So at some point after leaving the open and Olwen to go look for Ballard and Mydell, you do come across these two lying down in the grass, and I suppose inform them of your destination. Unless there's anything else, and you separate and go your separate ways again.
Or they
Oh,
could have
I-
messaged me.
Yeah, we would have used the message.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right, because Hitty, not Sekit. Yep, gotcha. Yes. Oh, you got your earrings anyway.
Yeah, we've got the earrings.
You got your earrings
Oh my
communication.
god, the earrings!
Yep.
What's the range on
Um,
those again?
Same as the message spell.
Yeah.
All right, so
I forgot about the earrings.
yeah, so did I actually.
Wait, because
it's
we
alright.
didn't get them
I
for
can't remember
everyone, right? We
everything.
just got them for...
3.
You got
He only had
3.
3. Yeah,
Because Sickit
You only-
needed one technically.
possibly. I think.
Yeah.
So I think it was pretty much everybody except Nofrit because Nofrit has the cantrip.
On
it
passively
was-
messageable.
Yeah. Well, everybody's passively messageable. You are capable of messaging.
True.
Yep. All right. So you pass the message along.
Mhm.
However, whatever form that message takes, and then at that point, what would you like to do?
Okay. Well, Frey, we can move out now if we want to. They got past the tricky part with Olwen, and they're not going inside this house, so I don't feel as scared for them.
That's true. I mean,
We are passing the house to get.
Don't
Oh, no.
just die.
Don't do it.
We're getting back to that. I'm giving them opportunities to figure
no!
out what they're doing while I jump to you. This
Actually,
is the thing.
don't.
We can split the party. It gives you guys opportunities to think about your next step. So
Crimes.
Should we?
we're doing crimes.
We could go put our feet in the. Oh, that sounds horrible. We could go put our feet in the water, and just watch the boats for a bit and get a sense of people in town, or
We need to come up with a reason on why we are still here and why we don't have our cat and Saket with us.
yeah.
Because if Owen sees us, I did say that we were going east.
Right.
We might have to come up with something just in case, you know.
Well, why don't we pretend we're buying some supplies from town, in case it's a big walk? And
we
that
could.
and that Seket has walked ahead with the cat.
It's a good idea.
It's somewhat believable, right? And it's not technically even a lie. So
Yeah, it's kind of a yeah.
in a weird way, it's not actually a lie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the plan. So we're gonna, if there's like, is there stalls out? Can we? Not really.
There doesn't appear to be a shop or a store or a stall or a market in this tiny little village.
Should we ask Belbin? Who is the fisherman we met yesterday?
If you would like to go seeking Belbin, I will tell you right now, Belbin
He's
is currently out
a
on the water.
boat.
Yep.
Ah,
Yep.
Typical fisherman.
Unless you
What a
actively want to go
warrior.
looking for other people, the only locations of people that you know you can watch at the moment are Olwen and the other fellow.
Heck.
Everybody else is out on the water or somewhere.
Right.
Yep.
Do we
Won't you-
move towards the farms then? We just kind of stay behind the others.
I guess so. Just in case.
Classic Belbin.
What a lad. Yeah. Imagine being a villager and doing the one thing that helps you survive, right?
Okay. So we,
How dare.
we just kind of see if there's anyone doing gardening away from the fishermen huts.
So, you guys have walked a circuit. There were a couple of people out and about, so you do kind of have a feeling where you might be able to go. Not all of them are, farms, and even the ones that are farms, they're not of a expansive size. But if you want to look for something where you can just sit back and observe, or if you want to look for something where you want to approach, up to you. I don't know whether you're observing or you're actually wanting to go communicate.
We just want to observe, right?
Yeah, look for now, and if we do find someone who's acting a little bit
Yeah.
Are you
more
being
weird,
Subtle about it?
unobserved while you are observing? Because if so, I'll get some stealth checks.
I'm making Freyalise. She's teaching me how to make a daisy chain.
Okay,
While
but
we
you're
pretend to
just kind of
observe.
blending in as
Yeah,
opposed
yeah.
to full on hiding. Okay, so you are still strangers in the village. That's fine. I will still get stealth checks,
Stealth.
which is more about not whether people see you, but as to whether they.
You get
pay
disadvantage
attention.
because you're in armor. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh,
I'm not.
Very
I'm not
good.
going to worry about the disadvantage for this because you're not actively, like, tiptoeing and moving away from something and trying to not make noise. You are just attempting to blend in. I could have gone with a performance check.
I would have preferred
But-
that. No, I
You prefer?
wouldn't. No,
If
it's
you
fine.
prefer that, let's go with a performance check.
No, it's fine.
Too late.
I'll
Do
change
it
my
now.
mind.
No.
No.
Stealth is more funny because I got a 5.
You know what? I only got a 7, unless I roll.
Hey,
my luck
let's go.
crystal.
The two of you blend in like fuck.
Yeah, we're such country bumpkins. We're like, oh, look at us, and we're like, you know, like dressed like cowgirls, but like really like we just bought the outfit cowgirls. And
Yeah.
the jeans are not worn in. Yeah.
100% with your your trappings, your skin color, your markings. Very much you blend into the sleepy little village. Frey, I mean, you're in your armor with your cleric trappings, so I mean, you have the markings on of the Order of the Heavenly Triad. The two of you don't stand out at all.
And I keep
Oh, yeah.
stopping making the daisy chain to just stare at people.
Do you think it's working? Do you think they'll notice us? Yeah,
I
we
don't
know.
know it's me, right?
Yeah. So,
Oh,
in the
God.
meantime, while you guys are making a daisy chain and blending in, we'll jump back to the other two. So, was there a divergence from heading off to see Ballard and Mydell, or is that where you're going?
No, we're following through.
All right. So,
We're good scouts.
yeah, it's a short walk. It is still a walk, but it's
Okay.
you know.
There might have been a glance, but then you know what? I don't want Offwet to be telling me off. It's kind of nice that we get to tell her off for a change. Let's not ruin that further.
I am so bored with this plan. That is a good thing.
Saying that after you give Olwen's house this longing sort of rumble.
Oh yeah. And maybe just have accidentally turned on the earring for that one.
And what's great about that is Nofrit actually being the wielder of the message cantrip knows that there's no way you can accidentally do any of that. No, you muted yourself.
You
The
hear
wrong way.
stony silence through the room.
I can imagine her like
The
mid
reply is
making the daisy chain, and she just like snaps the chain. Like
yeah,
Yeah,
Frey
the
just
oxymoron of
gets to
deafening
see my eye
silence.
twitch like a lot.
Anyway, so the two of you do get off and find yourself close to Ballard and Mydell's little farm area. And, you know, it isn't large. You know, there's a small little plot where it looks like there's, you know, almost like a backyard's worth of veggies and gardens out there. And there is a slightly larger area that looks like the grass has been taken down, the ground's been tilled, and there's, you know, actually farmable ground. You do see a female half-elf out there. She does have sort of longer... she's a little on the older side. She has red hair, but it's all fading into grey. And it's tied up in 2 or 3 places before it comes down. And she's actually... her hair is that long, she's got it going down her back, and then she actually has it wrapped around her front, so it's just around her stomach and tied up. She has, it's how long her hair is. It's all the way down her back, and then she's actually wrapped it around her front so that it's out of the way and tied up. But she has on a relatively simple sort of a dress that does have almost floral leanings, but it's well worn and faded, so you can't really tell other than the fact that it has like the shapes of flowers and vague pastel colors. She's got some thick, heavy boots on, some thick, heavy gloves, and she does appear to have some sort of farming implement as she's sort of repeatedly stabbing the ground and then moving along, and stabbing the ground and moving along. There is no sign of anybody else, but she does appear to be sort of humming and whistling a little tune quietly under her breath as you approach.
Hello.
Mydell.
Hello? Sorry,
Hello.
snuck up on me there. And she sort of, you know, stabs the implement into the ground and just makes sure it's there before letting it go and turning around and, hello? Not quite used to visitors. Hi.
Oh,
Welcome. Hi. What brings you, out this way?
Insight check. That seems to be a lot of scared timidness
Go for it.
for just strangers coming.
It's a
Yeah?
cat.
Our apologies. I did not mean to surprise you.
That's all right. I'm not used to
10.
tin. She is somebody who is fumbling her way through trying to greet people when she is not used to people. Especially when people consist of a small tattooed gnome and a half cat person. But
I mean,
she's
that's fair.
yeah, she's sort of yeah, sorry, I'm not used to not too used to visitors. Hi, sorry, you have to excuse me. She sort of pulls the thick sort of gardening gloves off and, you know, sort of dries her hand on her apron, sort of wanders on over. It's like, just sort of half offers her hand, not sure that this is how she should be greeting you or not, but she does it anyway. But she looks
He
decidedly,
shakes it excitedly.
yeah,
There
she looks
is
decidedly uncomfortable doing it. It's like he shakes her hand. It's like, oh, okay, it's a nice grip you've got there. Hello, I'm Mydell. What brings you to our little? She sort of holds her other hand out as she's got one extended towards you. Our little patch of Syleria.
It is a lovely little patch. You're such a
thank you.
fantastic job here. I can see.
Oh, it's daily, you know. It keeps us busy. What can-
Ormond said we could come and have a talk.
Oh, okay. Sure. Well, if you'd like a talk, we can talk. I'm not sure what sort of talk you want. Did you want do you want something to drink? While we have a talk, or are
I
we
mean,
fine? What?
I think we should be fine.
Okay,
I hope we
okay.
are not going to take too much of your time.
Please.
We were actually looking for a friend of ours who came ahead. A half elf.
Okay.
Long brown hair. Ormond hadn't seen, but we thought that she might have come to potentially other half elves. Have you seen anyone?
Other than me and my husband, I don't think I've seen another half elf in. Oh gosh, it's probably a couple of years now. I don't see a lot of visitors, as you as you might be able to tell. We sort of keep to ourselves. I think we're the only ones in the village, and not many visitors sort of come out to our little stretch. I can't say I have. Oh, Ballard! Have you seen any other half elves lately? You sort of hear from inside the house a sort of a clunk of what sounds like phrase gone. It's gonna make the stream go wonky. Yes, there it is. Yeah. It's okay, Beaker. Don't worry about it. We'll just keep going. Frey will be back with us shortly. No worries. There it is. See?
There we are.
No problem. Told you it wouldn't take long. You hear sort of a clunk of like a dish suddenly, you know, forcefully being slammed into a holder. It's like, oi, yo, what I can think of. Why? It's like, oh, we've got some visitors here asking if we've seen any other half elves passing through. Like, we don't have any people come see us. They're passing through. Yo, I can't think so. And so she sort of looks. She's like, sorry, yeah, I don't know if we can be of help finding your friend.
Oh, that's all right. Have you heard any disturbances lately? Anything unusual?
I mean, it's usually pretty quiet. There was a little bit of, I mean, it was a little odd last night. There was a little bit of thunder out there, and you know, it came out this morning, but everything was, you know, just about as much moisture as you'd expect on a spring morning. But there's no rain or storm. But yeah, I thought it must have been just a little bit of a thundercloud heading overhead. Other than that, no, nothing odd or unusual. The weather does strange things, you know.
It does.
It really does.
Well, I thank you. I do hope we haven't been too much of a bother.
Oh, not at all. I say I'm not used to visitors, but I suppose a little bit of distraction every now and then is quite welcome. will you be lingering long? You'd be more than welcome for, some tea or some water or something if you needin' it.
You're very kind, but we are on the search.
Of course. Sorry, I don't mean to hold you up. Well,
Do you mind me asking though?
yeah,
Why did you decide to settle here?
it's quiet. It's honestly, I mean, Ballard and I, we're from sort of around Torloon initially, and we sort of went a couple of different places, and I guess neither of us really was a fit for social interactions. We just sort of wanted a bit of a quiet life, and I think we were sort of just moving from a couple of villages to villages, and then we found Dawa, and decided, well, this seems like as nice a place of any, and they welcomed us in, and we just kind of stayed.
How
Oh,
did
that
you
is-
two meet if you're not very social, both of you?
Well, the Antisocial Social Club is fantastic. Kidding. Well, it's actually a little bit of a thing. We both initially came from farms, and it was our families. We sort of grew up, the wee while away from each other. We've known each other for very, very young age, and we sort of, the two of us got on well with each other, and not a lot of other people. So as we sort of grew up, we just decided, well, we're uncomfortable around others, but we're okay with each other. So it just kind of worked,
Oh, that is so sweet.
Oh, thank you.
It's I mean, I would assume that this would be a lovely place to raise a family.
One day, hopefully.
Not yet?
No, we hope soon. Starting to get a little on in age, but hopefully one day, maybe.
May the keepers bless you with a child. You seem like a
Oh.
lovely woman. I'm sure you would
Who's
be a
one?
fantastic mother.
I appreciate that. I do. If there's anything else we can help you with,
No. I think we'll get out of your hair. All of that hair. It
Oh,
is
yes.
so lovely.
Yes, haven't cut it since I was a wee girl. Thank you.
Must take very good care of it.
Oh, Ballard does that for me.
She's
He's
the
very-
spider. It's
He's
her
very
web.
particular about my hair. She sort of stands there a little.
Alright.
Yeah, it's not really knowing how to.
How to say goodbye?
Yeah.
Thank you. Come, Hitty. Should check
And
other
he just
places.
walks along.
And she sort of half-heartedly gives a wave before sort of not knowing when it's acceptable for her to turn around and grab the farming implement and start up again. But she does, yeah. So for whatever the two of you might like to do next.
When we get far enough away, Hedge's like, I noticed that last kind of comment you made. Do you think the half-elf we saw could have been related to them?
Maybe. I want to do a
Yep.
a perception check on the house
Okay.
and the area to see
Yep.
if it would have had, like, if they've forgotten about a child. Like, they've
Okay.
had a child, it's grown up, and, like, I want to see if there's remnants of a family life.
Or a third
Yep.
person living.
I understand. Do you want to do a perception or investigation?
Oh, investigation.
Do you want to look, or do you want to actively search as you're sort of moving away?
I don't want to be too like aggressive or obvious about it.
Yep.
So I think it's just a look and it's just perception.
Just perception then. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to remember the way they separate out perception and investigation, because perception is the catch-all for everything, and I kind of wish it wasn't, but yeah.
I rolled a 4, which gives me an 11, but I'm going to use Beyond Sight and Succeed.
I was wondering if you would.
Mhm.
I am Thundara.
The little-
Give me
the
sight
little,
beyond sight. Okay. Because you automatically succeed. Your initial looks around don't give you anything. Like there's the house is, it looks like it's the ideal size of 2, but then again, how many houses could easily have a third as well as have 2? You don't really see anything around that might hint at there being a third person here. And it isn't until you're moving away that you do notice half buried in the ground, just tucked beside the building, looks like a little mound, and you can almost see coming out of it part of like a it's almost like a wooden toy, but you can't tell from this distance because it's not a critical success. It's not a you just succeed. So you do see that it does look like there's something there that looks like it could have something to do with a child, but you can't tell anything more than that unless you want to go take a look.
Interesting. No, we're gonna keep going. That's
What's interesting?
There's something over there that makes me think maybe they did have a child.
Oh, like it died or something?
Not sure. That could also be an option. This
I
is
mean,
a very
that is
curious
something
thing.
you probably wouldn't share with a traveler on the road.
No,
Oh
that is
yes,
very
we
true.
did try for a family, and we succeeded, and then it died.
That is not something you want to talk about.
Where to now?
I think we should reconvene.
I don't think we're going to get many more leads on this half-elf you saw. Was there no clues on the body you saw at all?
It was just a simple villager type person. The clothes were very simple.
So wouldn't have gone traveling, so would have been sourced from the area. The headsman says, looked like he should know her, but he couldn't, but he was distraught. You said he's sobbed even.
Yes.
A man that strong, that's seen that much gore, like, you know he's had a history. He would not be moved to tears easily. But why would this one person be forgotten? And the only other half-elves in the area?
Don't know if it is the only one that has been forgotten. But also, what were they doing in the room?
Did we want to go check the house?
I mean, come on, with that reaction, you know you want to just because of the reaction, right?
I don't think that would be wise.
The internal struggle is real.
Can you remember seeing anything else? Was there any... I mean... Something is going on, and it is bothering me that we can't uncover it.
It is. But also, these people seem happy.
But at what
Would you be
cost?
willing to
What have
destroy
they
their
forgotten?
happiness?
What have they forgotten to be happy? Oh my goodness! What if living this close to the lake makes them forget about the sadness? Because
That
it
was
keeps
what
them
I was
calm?
suggesting earlier. When you were all about this stew, I said, "What about the lake?" And you were like, "La la 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 la."
La 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 la! It wasn't in the stew. Like it might just be the proximity.
That's what I said.
You did that. You were
I
mentioning it as it being in the stew.
And you, oh, man. You guys decided that maybe it was the water from the lake in the stew. You brought it back to the stew.
have you forgotten anything since being here? Like, is this...
Of course, because I remember everything I have forgotten.
Yes, no, wait. Hear me out. I mean, do you feel an unnamed sadness that you feel like you should remember something very important to you that you do not remember?
Is this Hitty like hitting on Vanda? Like, do you remember how much you like me?
I'm loving Hitty and Vanda conspiracy hour. It's great.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Keep going.
No, no unusual sadness. I mean,
Any unusual happiness? Like,
well, you know what? Maybe we had another half elf with us, and they went sneaking around with you, and then you blew them into a wall.
they would not have left me in a web.
They could have been trying to help you, and you just panicked and went, yaha.
I think I would remember, that someone there was with
I
me
like to
that
think
could
I
help.
would remember.
I mean, that's a good point. You make a good point.
Thank you. I'm not 100% sure what we're arguing about
Me
anymore.
neither.
Let's go
That's
back
hilarious.
to...
Oh man.
Something is not
So,
right.
where are the two of you
This is
heading?
Nofred's fault. This is her idea.
This is all Nofret's fault.
This is all Nofred's fault.
So where are the two of you heading?
We're
Are
going
you-
to go find Nofred and tell her off. Where is she?
Shit.
So, speaking of Nofret, as you're sort of trying to learn how to do a daisy chain, there's a sudden urge to sneeze. What are the two of you doing while you are attempting to observe somebody? So, you guys have found your way to one of the other sort of farmish like places. And there is it's a Drakan, and he has a very almost burnished copper sort of look to him, with a little bit of blue smattering through. He also looks like he's a bit on the older side, and he's just currently tending to some flowers out the front of his house. He's got one of those little like under the windowsill, he's got one of those planter sets. And so he's just sort of dealing, a little bit with that and giving a little bit of water and then just sort of, scooping and almost kneading the dirt and making his way along. And then there's sort of a few in amongst, like even though you've got like the underwater style look on the outside of the house, he's managed to incorporate a few vines in and amongst the fish bones. And so he's tending to those so they don't grow out of control, and he's just clipping away at that. But he's also very aware of the fact that he's being watched. And you can almost see over the course of sort of like 3 or 4 minutes, he's just sort of see the tension in his back.
Shoulders like.
Just kind of hunch up like, what are these strangers doing observing me? What would the two of you like to do?
I would like to do the little finger waggle of hello.
He's not looking at the two of you.
Oh.
We're looking
was
at
at-
him. He's not looking at us.
You guys arrived, and then you situated yourself to start doing some daisy chains because you said you just wanted to be there. And so he did sort of look over and see you because you rolled terribly on your ability to blend in. And just kind of like waited for you to approach before he sort of got out of his chair in the morning after having a little bit of tea and sort of like, that's weird. And then just, went about his business, but he's getting progressively more uncomfortable as he's doing just his morning sort of plant tending and things.
Probably best to talk to the
Huh?
gentleman. We should probably.
Just get in the little hole.
Why did you snap it?
I'm
Are you okay? Are you okay?
in control. It's fine.
You seem a little bit grumpy. Are you
I'm fine.
okay?
It's just I'm second is better. With finer details.
Huh?
I make shoes. That is the
Ah.
skill I bothered to learn. Well, forced to learn, but we can talk about that another time.
Mhm.
I'm thinking. Have we seen a graveyard this whole time we've been here? I mean-
think we've been actively looking for one.
I have not seen
you think?
wetlander death practices other than some random ones. But like, do they drop bodies in the lake here? Is that what? Or, I mean, that might be disgraceful to the Seven Lords, I suppose, so maybe they do not. But they,
On your perimeter walk,
yeah?
you did not see anywhere that would constitute a graveyard,
Hmm.
since you're asking.
Hmm.
However, there was the odd house that you would walk past that had its own little,
Graves.
its own little place where obviously people have been buried, or there's generational, like family, buried there. Not a lot. Like, there's still, like, you still only really spotted like 2 or 3 graves as you did a perimeter of the entire village, which isn't many at all.
No.
But also, yeah, no communal graveyard as such, because as sort of mentioned last time, this village very much has the feel of somebody came here, found a good spot, set up, and then other people might naturally sort of, as they came through, went, hey, this is a good
Accumulated.
spot. And so whilst there is kind of a sense of village, it's really just more a group of people all living in the same area. That's why there's no stores or nothing like that. They know each other, they help to look after each other, but they're not so much a thriving community as they are a group of people who are aware of each other and still look after each other. So ideas of like a communal graveyard, probably not going to be as big a thing, unless they had a reason to do so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on
And
that perimeter
as people
walk-
from the desert, you would also understand that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And on that perimeter walk, none of the graves looked especially fresh. Like,
Make me a perception check retroactively.
I'm not very good at these.
Right.
4.
4? Nah.
Yep.
You weren't paying particular attention
No,
to
not
it
at the time. Yeah.
As you cast your mind back, you're kind of like, nah, can't think of it. I haven't really buried that many bodies in my time. Not sure.
It's very different in the desert. We usually take a scorch. That's what takes them.
Leave them out in the scorch, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Because you know that burying a body in the sand is just going to be
It's
unearthed by
pointless.
by the storms, by other predators, and who will just feed on them anyway. So you give it to the fire. Okay.
So there's no communal graveyard. There's graves on some of these properties. Looking at this person that we've been nonchalantly staring at, do they have graves on their property?
Would you like to make a circuit of their property because you can't see any from where you're standing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I broke my daisy train. No, it's annoyed now. I want to do
Make
something
another check.
productive.
Yep. Make me another check.
Okay. Is this it? I don't think it fucking matters, actually. A perception of 15 this time.
15.
Yeah.
That's good because the
Ooh,
DC for this
really?
particular property is rather low.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Around the back of the building, there is not quite right up against the back of it, but there's almost like a little covered shelter, almost like a chocobo style store from Final Fantasy XIV. You got one of those. And then, whilst it doesn't look like much to begin with, it does look like a little stall or a pen. It's not until you're sort of walking past it that you do see that there is not fresh, but there is a mound of dirt there that's rather large. And there does seem to be like a 2 or 3 planted flowers just in the top of it. but it's arranged. Like it's very obviously
Hmm.
somebody's arranged this in a very specific way that you're not familiar 100% with graves this way, but especially if you're taking, I don't know if you're taking Freyalise with you.
Yep.
Freyalise could then probably point out that this does look like it might be a grave of some sort. And it is large. It is a very large grave. Larger than your average.
Is the Drakan? Can he see us from here?
No,
When
you're
we're
around the back of
looking
his
over the
house.
fence? Okay.
Yep.
You know, we could play the. Oh, look at this. From the desert woman who doesn't understand wetlander or grave practices. And we could walk around the corner and you'd be educating me, and we just include him in the conversation. And be like, oh, who have you got buried back there?
I don't think we should start off with who have you got buried there.
We could build to it, though.
Maybe just asking, like, my condolences for your loss. I was just trying to teach my friend what graves are. And try and have a nice conversation without dropping,
Sprinkle some of your
here's
religion
your
in.
grief.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? If they don't remember people going missing, if this is a collective conscious, remember what we're talking about.
Mhm.
What if they
Your
don't
passive
remember?
perception, Frey.
Oh.
I don't know what to do about this. You and Vander both. As this conversation is happening, you do see a somewhat almost reptilian head just kind of sideways
no.
come around the side of the building, and then and go. Freak out. The moment it realizes it's been spotted, which he would. He's
really. I don't really want to have to chase after someone. She's just gonna walk around the corner to where the head ran off.
I'm gonna be like, so why would they? I mean, what the significance of those flowers?
It's to pay respects. I'm guessing.
All of them?
You
That's
usually-
just all
you
flowers
usually-
mean respect.
Might have been their favorite flowers.
Ah.
So as you go around the side of the building, you see the blue Drakan running off.
Oh, it's
To the
funny.
grass.
It's funny.
Not into the house. He's running away from
what?
this house.
He's going to Alwyn. He's gonna tell the
No,
Hinsman that we're weirdos.
He's heading the other way.
Oh,
Back towards the village green would be west. He's
Oh.
heading more out to the
East, would you say?
west by
What?
northwest.
Why are you running?
Do we
She's
chase
gonna-
him?
Frey's gonna call out and be like, "Hey, wait!"
Yep.
She's gonna try and chase after.
He fumbles a little bit at being called out,
Oh, no.
and sort of picks himself up, and you sort
No.
of see him half stumble as he looks behind, and then just and keeps going.
Do you want me to go get him?
Yeah.
I won't cast a spell.
Don't hurt.
I won't.
Don't hurt.
I
Make
start
sure
running.
he doesn't. Make
Okay.
sure that he doesn't fall into anything or injure.
Okay. I
The
run
thing
up.
being, yeah, it doesn't take long. You can tell that perhaps this Drakan is either not used to a whole lot of physical exertion, or is themselves a little bit on the older side.
Oh no, we made an elderly run.
Because after the stumble and the sort of turn around, there is this moment where it sort of just slows down, and you can sort of see him sort of
Oh,
bend
he's doing
over
that.
and just
Hey! Hello!
sort of looks, sees you coming, and it's like,
Oh, sorry.
Honey.
I'm an outsider. I just had questions.
questions about what?
Where I'm from, we just give bodies to the fire, and you guys bury them, and I think that's kind of weird, and I wanted to know why.
Did she just like talk about the death threats after chasing down someone? Oh my
Oh,
god.
that's super
Why
like.
did you run?
That's what it is.
What?
Wait. Oh my god. Ah,
You're okay, Frank.
you run really fast.
No,
She's from the
no.
desert. She's from the desert. She
I'm
was
from the
wondering
desert.
why
I'm from
us grass, people from the grasslands bury our loved ones. I was trying to teach her on
It's
why
sort
we
of.
do it.
I mean, we were looking at you because it's an awkward question, right?
We
For me
mean no harm.
to come ask you in your moments of grief about those you love who have passed. I'm just curious of the practice.
It just seemed like the right thing to do.
Oh, so it's not for
Did you-
religious reasons or anything.
Did you
I'm not
know?
a religious man.
Oh.
That's understandable. Did you know the person that you buried? Why you?
Who sent you?
No one.
No
No
one.
one.
We're
We're
just
here.
passing through town.
Do you want to find somewhere more safe so we can talk? You seem like you need to get some things off of your chest.
It's not my house.
It's not
I-
your
I
house?
buried the owner and I'm looking after his stuff.
You buried the...
Oh,
He was my friend. It was the
Oh.
right thing to do.
Okay. Okay.
I don't want to be accused of,
What
no,
happened?
we're no accusing.
those
You
things.
you did this for your friend. You buried him. That is beautiful.
She just why I was uncomfortable and showed up.
We mean you no harm. We're
can-
not...
See the care you take of the place. No harm.
You
Uh-huh.
know nothing to anybody, right?
No.
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 Okay.
We don't know
We are
anyone in this town.
We are outsiders.
Outside.
Then I'm gonna. Okay. Cool. Please don't say anything. I'm gonna go now.
No, I have some questions. I have some questions, please. Or is it some... Just don't run, please. I have small legs, okay?
Exhausted. I'm not running
She
anymore.
can make you a cookie.
Sit down. Sit down. Or stand, or whatever you feel comfortable with doing. Does anyone know that this person is... Or do they not know that you're here?
The
I-
villagers kind of know I'm here. They know I
Uh-huh.
live nearby.
Okay, that's good then. That's a good start.
They don't remember Iggy.
They don't remember Iggy.
Seem to be the only one that remembers him.
How long have you been here then?
I don't live in the village.
Ah.
Do you want to just go back to the house since it's more...
I get by not being noticed. I don't really want to be noticed.
That's okay.
That's okay.
We don't
We
even
never
know your
heard...
name.
As soon
Yes, you
as
don't
we
know
leave,
my name.
We don't know your name.
I don't need to know your name. You
No,
don't need
you
to know
don't.
mine.
Nope.
as soon as we leave,
Okay.
you never existed to us. We don't know you. We don't know what you look like. You were never here. Okay?
So it suddenly takes a few steps forward. This village is fucked. You need to get out of here.
What do you... I need more information. What's going on in the
People
village?
forget things.
People forget
Things
things.
they shouldn't forget.
Is there any particular eight-legged creatures around?
Not recently.
Not recently. Okay.
I hear things in the night that make me wonder. I found bits of webbing out in the fields sometimes.
Okay.
Do you remember a half-elf woman? Kind of mousy
She
brown
had like a-
hair. She was.
Oh. Okay, so not the couple out north.
Not the couple out in... No.
No.
Is there a couple out? There is a couple out north.
Or she has reddish gray hair.
This one
No.
had like a brown hair and it was a ponytail that draped over,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and she was in something that a villager would wear.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, I know her.
Ah,
Why?
okay.
Okay. So you're remembering everything, but no
I
one really knows.
don't know if I
But you're-
remember everything.
But you remember that people are dying. Did you remember how it happened
die.
last night? Did you see anything last night? Hear anything? Something strange, like a big loud noise, like a bang or a breaking of things?
I mean, I dreamt pretty badly, but I didn't wake or see anything.
No, that's
Okay.
okay, friend. It's okay.
It's okay. I
Oh,
was just
find more
wondering.
out about the elf girl. Caw-caw!
What? How about the fell blood that is around?
Yeah, za.
You must have seen her around.
I
She's
see him
the-
shrinking back.
Why are you asking about that one?
Just wondering. I'm not here to
Because
do
we're not
anything.
sure we trust her.
She's never seen me. That's why I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be known.
Okay, we don't
Okay.
know you.
We're not gonna tell her where you are. Still don't
Is
know
this
her name.
why people are forgetting?
This is
He
why
has.
people are forgetting. Ever since she came here, people are still themselves. Understand this place it's been a lovely place to live. Since she arrived, people have been changing. Like, just, they don't remember things.
And they act strange.
Not really. Just because they don't remember things. Like, intentionally. Like, they'll remember everything. And there'll be like one thing that seems really small or insignificant that doesn't matter how much you question them. They've got no memory of it. I love this little village. Iggy was my best friend. I don't know what happened to him. But I've been thinking more and more over the last couple of weeks that maybe it's time for me to just not be around. No, not while things stand the way they do.
I would say walk away for a while. We are going to try figure this out. And when we do, if we have a way of contacting you, we will say that it is safe to come back to Iggy.
I don't want to be contacted. I'll just go back to my place. I'll stay there.
Okay.
Iggy's house will survive by itself for a time. And you know what? If the worst thing that happens to me is I come here and I forget, then I forget. I just don't want to forget Iggy. He was a good sort. Calm and gentle. I come here out of respect for him.
Keep yourself safe and don't go anywhere near.
The young half elf though, were they connected to anyone in the town? Was their
Yeah.
family here?
It was Olwyn's daughter.
Ah,
Okay.
ah.
Hmm. What was the daughter's name? Do you know? It's okay if you don't.
He does. I'm just trying to find it on my list.
Ah.
I had it a moment ago. Too many fucking.
We do
things in
have
front of me.
Revivify now.
It's only like after a minute. It's been a little longer than a minute. Ah, shit. Which one? Where? Oh my god. Ah. Fiona.
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 Thank you, sir.
Actually seen her in several days. Is she okay? Is that why you're asking after her?
She
I think you should leave town for a while.
she passed away.
It's
And
a shame. Sorry to hear that.
And Erwin can't remember.
Yep.
But my companion said, I think you should find some safety.
I'm gone.
We never saw you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And he turns and he starts walking away.
I message the others. We have information. How about you?
Potentially, we have something.
I describe the look of Iggy's house and say, meet us inside. And we're just gonna go in. Frey, let's just go.
This village!
After some time, you might be able to locate the specific house they are talking about because, they kind of look very similar from the
Is she
outside.
crazy? They're all the same. How are we meant
It's
to
like-
find one?
She's
Snap
used to. She
daisy
is so
chains.
used to finding landmarks.
Yeah.
That's
That's
her
what I
whole
mean.
shtick.
You will find it, but it might just, without more
Yeah.
directions than that, it might
There's
take
no
you.
way I am
Right.
just breaking into any random house that we go up to. We're
Yeah.
gonna stand in front of each
I
one
can
and say,
just-
"Is this it?"
I can just imagine there
go
being
to
like
the
a
next.
small daisy chain just
Yeah.
snapped.
Hanging on the gate, into the doorway there. Yeah.
No,
Look
that one
for
has a
the
daisy chain.
chains.
There's definitely a child living here. This is not that. Nofret wouldn't go near a child.
True.
No, Fred wouldn't go near a child. I love that. I
Um,
love that so much.
They're too
So-
small.
so
Totally.
regardless of how you guys go about it, you will reconvene either outside of Iggy's place or inside. Up to you, but you will reconvene.
So this is a nice little house.
Yeah. The owner is dead. Yeah. No one remembers
You
him.
can't just lead up with that. We
Did
talked
you
about
kill him?
this.
No, we did
We
not.
know.
kill him. His friend is an out of towner who came, and his friend passed away. He buried him. We didn't actually ask how he died. In
Where
any
was he buried?
case, He's buried in the home grave.
Because once
Do we
again,
pick
there were no
him
inside
up to
checks.
find out why he died?
Frey's too naive.
What if it was the stew? Maybe we should dig him
Stop
up.
bringing it back to the stew.
I don't think
What
it's a
happened?
stew.
Why are you two so angry?
This is
Okay,
our
alright,
fault.
This
alright.
is all your fault.
Or make me do
This
it.
is your
I will-
idea. You
Don't-
have
don't-
explaining to do.
Okay, alright. I think we all just need to sit down and calm down before.
Yes, let's have something to eat that is not stew.
I don't think it's a stew.
I don't think it's this.
Or soup. At what point does soup become stew? Let's
Oh
live.
no! No!
Chunky bit. When there is more chunky bits than liquid, it is a stew.
I don't think it's the stew.
I don't think it's a stew either. I think something is manipulating the minds of the populace here.
He was
Maybe
very
it's the
scared
lake.
of. It's not. I don't know if it's the lake now.
I think.
That half elf? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was Owen's daughter.
Her name was Friona.
And now he can't remember.
And
Okay, so
apparently
that's-
the memory loss is town-wide, according to the individual who is from out of
Did
town.
you find anything of interest?
We spoke to the two other half elves that live here, the old couple. I thought that maybe that half elf could have been their child, but they had no memory of any other half elves in the village. But I did see something that could have been a toy. child's toy out there, at the front of their place. So I do wonder if maybe there was and they have forgotten.
They have forgotten
But if-
their own child.
Allman
No
has
one's
forgotten
got
his own child.
Yeah, but at least it was an adult.
I
don't
mean,
know.
the toy was buried. I don't know how long it's been there. It could have also just been keepsake from when they were children.
Apparently, there's been webbings out in the field as well.
Okay. So we are definitely sure the spiders are here.
And the interesting part is, all of this, according to the Strakan we met,
We didn't meet. We didn't meet. We
didn't
don't know.
meet-
We
didn't
didn't
meet.
meet.
Didn't meet a Drakkar?
No. According to this thing that we met in the road,
On the road?
no, in the dirt.
Okay, so
Are you two suffering memory
no,
loss as
no,
well?
no. Okay,
Wait,
so-
this is purposeful.
okay.
He asked not
Oh,
to.
so you're keeping
Oh, no,
information
They
from us.
asked.
Ah.
Okay.
What's my other name?
That's,
What is my other name?
I don't know. It's silly or something.
That's it. They've been affected. It was
It's second Kepri of the Tuvasa
Okay.
tribe, second daughter. Okay.
We
I
met
remember.
someone who doesn't want to be known.
You should have led with that. You are always burying the lead. Oh my goodness.
According to this
Fine.
person, ever since Zar turned up, the memory loss started.
And why hasn't they had the memory loss?
Again, a very good question that wasn't asked.
What?
Why
Well-
hasn't this person you met suffered memory loss?
They have not talked to Zar. They have purposely avoided Zar.
So they've seen Zar, but maybe Zar hasn't seen them.
That is what they said.
We
So
They asked-
Zar
They
sees-
only allowed us to ask so many questions, and they were kind of like,
and
"We need to
they
go
they
now."
took off. Okay, they ran. I had to run after them.
Ray
No
had
friend
to
had to
run
run.
in
Ray
armor.
I had
They're
to
late.
run.
Oh,
Yeah, my
okay.
tiny
There was a
legs.
chase?
There was not that
It
we
wasn't that
we
exciting.
didn't- He stumbled. He looked, elderly, kind of.
You chased an
Totally
old man?
Not Fred chased an old man.
Why are after you gave me permission?
Yeah, I told you not to hurt him.
I didn't. I just said
Hurt him!
no.
Are you going to?
Over it! How even are you even
This
going?
is why I work alone.
Maybe we have forgotten what Nofret is
I've
really
always
like.
been there.
Maybe this is what she is like.
Okay, so it's because I couldn't run after him. Because look at these legs. Do you think these can
Look
chase
at her
a
legs.
worn?
They are very little and adorable. You
I
run
feel your
fine.
pain. Second, like, lucky.
Stop selling yourself
Very
short. This is okay.
Shut. Okay, so let's get back to the
I think we've buried the lead again.
yes.
Very things. Maybe we should dig things
Okay,
up.
let's
See how he died.
The Drakan
let's
ran
let's not-
in that direction.
let's not-
We can go find him if you really want.
and he'll panic
You just
again. Try
message
and
him.
Look, if this person does not want to
Okay.
be found, let us not
let's
chase after him.
put some dot points. Okay, so what has everyone else done that he
I
has
genuinely
not done?
don't remember.
What did
Oh,
you
God!
do?
And that's
What
not because
has-
of any effect, it's
Did you
just
not
because
go-
I've been arguing so much.
What
Did you not
has-
go talk to Alwyn
Okay.
again?
We did. He did
We
not
did.
remember. He did not know that it half elf at all.
Okay, so
Doesn't know anything about a half elf, doesn't know anything about anything that happened.
The only half elves he remembered were Second and Nofret.
So, the half elves do remember the explosion. They remember the thunder,
They heard it.
which is more than. Did we establish if Omen
Okay.
remembers that?
He said he did. No,
He
he
did not-
remembered us saying we would stay the night, and then us deciding to go sleep by the lake. That's what he told
Okay.
us. He remembered.
He was never pressed on it.
So, what has everyone in the village done that the Drakan hasn't? They have all
Eaten
talked.
stew. Zar knew they were
What?
there and made them stew.
Okay, so they
I
have
don't think Zar goes to
basically-
each of their home and feed them the same exact soup. Some of them are fishermen. They'll eat fish.
So they have seen. So Zar
Don't
knows
look like that. You can eat fish.
Zar.
It's fine.
that everyone is there, right? But doesn't know that the Drakan was there. They knew, but they didn't know at the same time.
If it was
Yes?
the stew, right? It would have had to have been fed like after the fact. I don't know. It's a stupid idea. But...
I have other questions now because I've remembered something. That spider,
Twitchy.
I'm
Was
so
something-
worried about the memories.
I know. That spider was turning into a spider when we went into the room.
Uh-huh. Oh.
I don't remember what it was. I didn't see what it was before. But
It wasn't a Drakan, was it?
Oh my god.
I mean, it's dead
Otherwise
now. It
we're-
doesn't matter.
No.
But
Would second have said
You
There
were
might be-
blind for most of it.
Yeah, you were literally
he
in the
did
dark.
got moonbeamed though.
But it
But
was
that
already
was
a
already
spider at that point.
changed.
I wonder if there are others. The other thing being, we are here for a phase spider matriarch.
Uh-huh.
Matriarch is like the grandmother of a family. I always expected there to be other spiders.
And
We
they
expected
shapeshift.
them in the ruins, no, not in the town.
But if they shapeshift, like they changed, like maybe they're killing people and then taking on their forms. Like
When did the owner of this house die?
how did he die?
We can go look at the grave if you like. It doesn't look that old. The earth, that is. But again, I'm not from these parts, and
Grave seems
wet-
so
soil
There-
looks like wet soil to me, so.
I think we exhume the body.
Oh, come on. At least not have me around while doing that.
We could do a ritual to bury him again.
We will need you to sanctify ground or whatever. This could be for the saving of a whole town.
Just this once. Yes.
Yeah.
We're
And
not
don't
taking anything from them.
We're not taking anything. We're trying to learn how he died. We're now one of the few people who even know he existed.
Iggy. That's his name.
Iggy.
So is this the course of action you're taking?
We should probably wait for dusk, at least. Right?
I mean, it would look very suspicious us digging up a grave.
Nobody else.
There's
knows
not a
this is
huge
grave.
populace in this town. We could probably get away with it, but like,
That
How
was
many of the
something
other houses
strange.
looked abandoned?
You are
What-
out on the outlying houses as well, which means they're barely within sight distance of each other.
Sure.
we just have to have a lookout, maybe. Yeah.
I want to go into the house to see if there's any like diaries or
Okay.
any writing from Eggy, like anything at all that would have like what happened.
Well, I don't know. If the other three are exhuming the body, I don't know. Is that the case? Okay.
Hetty
yeah.
will change back into second.
Okay.
I will
Um,
keep lookout.
Okay. So, Frey, as you go in, I'd like for you to make an investigation check. So you are specifically looking for.
For any writing from either the Drakan or from the house owner of anything that is strange. Like if they had a diary going, oh, this is, really weird. This happened, or I don't feel safe in this village anymore. Just any explanation or anything like that.
Okay. So give me a roll, and while you do, you walk on into this house, and the door is unlocked. You do see that there is a.
Oh, I saw we were having this whole meeting inside, out of view of everything.
Okay. Oh, and okay, I thought you were still outside. That's all right. So there is a pot that is still steaming. It looks like the tea that the Drakan made himself. He did inside Iggy's house.
Yeah.
Everything is tidy and clean. It looks like the Drakan has been looking after more than just, the outside. For whatever reason, he's decided to maintain the inside of this building as well. It does have the same sort of painted hues, but everything here is of a larger scale, which is even more noticeable by you as a gnome. That you're kind of used to the sort of human elf size things and even the dwarf size thing. This is of a larger size again. But make me an investigation check.
That is a 17.
Everything's been put away, stacked up, folded. This is probably the cleanest village house you've possibly ever seen, because the owner's no longer there. But it is still cleaned and maintained. There's not much in the way of writings or literature anywhere, but there does appear in sort of one of the little areas. It's less of a notebook, more like a little, almost like a little pocket sheaf of parchment that sort of had the little tag, like little bits folded over and scribbles on it. And it's, what languages do you speak?
Oh boy. I speak Gnomish, Common, Sylvan, and Primordial.
This is all gibberish to you.
Ah!
Yeah, unfortunately, you found
But
something
if
that's
you
got
can't-
notes. Yeah, it's got notes and
Right.
scribbles on it, but you can't understand it.
I'm gonna hold on to it
Okay.
and go out. Like, if there's anything else of note. Like, if there's anything else of note, I probably won't be able to see it. But I'm gonna walk out and hand the parchment to Vander. And go, can you read any of this?
First of all, anything else of note? There are two little satchels that seem to just have been hung up on little nooks on the wall, both of which seem to have contents, but they've been folded over and closed. And up against sort of a very large, oversized bed, you do see a relatively clean and oiled scabbard, which has you can only assume it, the size of it, it's a greatsword sitting in it. There's a collection of leathers that seem to have been almost pinned up along the wall. So you've got sort of the helm, the shoulders, and the chest piece, but it's all been done in a line across it. So it's almost like an old adventurer hanging up things.
Frey's nosy. She'll open the little satchels. She's a very nosy gnome.
Okay. You do find in some of those satchels some very old coins. That'd be the equivalent of some gold coins, which not a lot of villagers would have. But there's tiny little statues made of, it feels like metal, but you're not sure. There's other little tokens and trinkets and bits and pieces you've never seen before that don't make a lot of sense, but they're almost just like a little collection of things that somebody's gathered over time. In the other one, you do see a small collection of polished rocks. A lot of them seem to have an almost reddish orange kind of a hue. They're definitely rocks. And there's a fine little grit of sand in the base of the satchel. No, that's what you'll get from that one. So you were taking the pocket sheath out to Vander, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Vander, you handed a little, set of folded, tabbed bits of parchment. Do you want to try and read it?
Sure.
What
is
languages?
it? Common and Elvish.
Unfortunately, it's all gibberish to you too.
Would I recognize it if it's Celestial?
You guys have seen a little bit of Celestial, so you might start to understand if something is Celestial.
The books.
It's not.
Not?
No, it's very much not Celestial.
Time to walk up to the sisters.
Yep. In which case, instead of going through it again, just tell me what languages you guys speak.
Nothing new.
Yeah, I can't
have-
remember half the time.
I have Druidic. That's the only other one I have.
I've
Common
got
and Druidic.
Primordial as
Common
well.
and Elvish.
In Elvish, okay.
Elvish, Common, Primordial, and Hand.
Hand talk.
Okay, so none of you understand the language in this. However, Nolfrit,
Hmm.
I would like for you specifically to make me a history check, please.
Oh, is it the same language as the bone?
No, because it was Celestial.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Ugh, 13.
13. The way in which these words, these symbols are written, gives off a very similar vibe to the markings that only you can see etched into your skin.
Whoa.
It's not the same. It's definitely not the same.
Okay.
But they seemed like you would imagine that this would be derived from the same source that those would come from. There is enough familiarity to it that you're like, no, you don't
But I
understand
couldn't
it.
see any of my
Y-
ones
yeah.
in particular, yeah.
Yeah, you don't understand it, but you can see the correlation between what's written on those bits of paper and the ones that adorn
Okay.
you.
Do clerics have the reading one, or is that just wizards?
They just have the speaking
Comprehend
one.
language.
Yeah, clerics I think have the tongues one. I don't know if they've got
Yeah.
comprehend languages.
No, I think we
Sorcerers
went.
look for
I think we went through the conversation before about tongues and comprehend language, and I
Tongues
think
is specifically
Yeah.
things you hear and you can speak. Comprehend
Yeah.
languages is what you need to be able to read.
Yeah, I
Technically,
think-
I could take that. Or Hetty could.
Yeah, I was thinking it could be a lock thing.
Possibly. Depends on the lock.
Yeah, and I think there was an invocation thing that I skipped.
Yeah, there's definitely one of the warlock invocations you can take as well.
Frasia's gonna go back into the.
I'm going to keep this. That's going to be something I keep.
Okay. So, for the rest of you exhuming the bodies, Nolfrit, you were taking a look out. I want you to make me a
Yeah.
perception check. I take it Vander and Sekit are the ones digging up the body.
I'll do it with this one.
Well, I am.
Okay, well make me a Constitution saving throw. I know.
AC
Vander just
12.
turns into a cat.
Cool.
Okay.
Nat 20, so 26.
Hey, nice.
Nice.
Nice. This is easy. Like this is no problem at all. In fact, because you rolled a natural 20, I'll even give to you a very sort of a variation of it. This grave, between you being proficient in survival and rolling a natural 20, this would probably have been maybe 3 weeks ago. So I'll give you that for free because of what you've got and what you rolled. But as you dig it up, it is a very large grave, and as you begin removing it, you find the cloth-wrapped body underneath. It is very large. You would have to make a strength check to be able to move this body. Like, how the Drakan did it himself in his elderly state? Determination, I guess.
There it is. That one.
You might need some assistance to remove this body from the grave. Which, if you guys work together, you can. I just wanted to do it for shits and giggles.
Yeah, for help.
Oh, you need help now. Oh,
You just see me fall.
I thought I was
flat
just
into
a
the grave.
problem. I don't think you want my help.
You know,
Oh.
anyone else but you could help. You know?
You do eventually remove this body from the grave. You're gonna take a look at it? Alright.
First, I
See-
go, hey, before we do anything, I look at the body and I say, sorry in advance. So,
Very spirit.
Imagine if you get haunted because you say sorry in advance to a.
Okay. You begin unwrapping the body. And are you all there, or is Frey still inside?
I think Frey would have stayed out after handing.
So I'm just going to assume you're all there.
Yeah.
So what you start to unwrap and what you begin to realize is this is a full-blooded ogre. Not even one of the ogrish. This is a full-blooded ogre.
Huh?
He is big. And he's not blubbered. He's not fat. He is
lean machine.
muscled. He is, and given if Frey tossed any of the information at you, this guy's lived a life of, an adventure as well.
How did Frey would have been just questioning how a person like that dies.
He doesn't even seem
Oh.
that old.
No, he doesn't. In fact, initially, as you are unwrapping the body, he does seem like he might be in
Oh, the
relatively
smell.
prime of his life.
Oh.
However, as you unwrap more of it, I would like somebody to make a medicine check, and I'm going to assume that they can do it with advantage because others might be helping.
I can.
Helping Frey!
That is a
Go,
22.
Let's get
22?
medicinal.
So it's a lot of body. But it doesn't take much after it started being unwrapped. Yes, it does, Feru. That's exactly why I cited them as being larger than average. It doesn't take too much after this, especially with some of the things that have been going on and the thoughts in your mind, that as you are unwrapping it, some of the cloth seems a little sticky.
Oh, ew.
And your initial thought of, body fluids. It's not until you
Webbing?
start moving the hands away that you begin to realize part of it's webbing.
Oh no.
And as you do start to realize that, you then see what looks like a pair of piercing mandible marks in his shoulder.
I will do it.
And then there's another pair over his heart.
Oh. Oh, what a way to go.
Maybe this is what happened to the daughter, and that's why people are forgetting they need to eat. They have to feed a whole colony.
Do you think this is multiple spiders and not just one that wanted to have like a couple jobs?
I mean, when you think about it, Vander said a matriarch is a matriarch because she has a family.
Who's proficient in nature here?
Me.
Anyone?
No, not. I thought it was. No.
If somebody would like to make a nature check, you can.
I would like to.
Yep.
Can we all do it?
You can either all do it, or you can give each other two checks at advantage, or something.
I help.
Who are you
I
helping?
tried by myself and got a 3, so.
I would like
Okay.
to help a second.
Okay, so second, you may roll with advantage.
I'm doing it by myself.
Okay.
22.
Independent
22.
woman.
Nice.
I'm also shit.
That's all right.
10.
10's okay. 10's okay.
But
Especially
I got
with
a 23 if I look for survival. Like how animals would have, like,
yeah.
looking for differences between
I mean,
the
yeah, I mean,
mandible
It's
sizes.
the natural order
Is
of
it?
things, though,
Does
isn't
he
it?
have
Oh,
anything
22
on?
you can, but it's yeah. It. I mean, regardless, you'll get the information here anyway.
Gotta do laundry? No worries.
Um, especially given the slow little bits of information you're beginning to gather together and you're beginning to understand about what's going on. The fact that he's got a couple of bite marks on him, okay, he died from some spider-related incident. The part that pings you is the fact that other than him being buried in the ground for 3 weeks and the start of the decomposition, he doesn't look like he's been drained of any of his fluids or had his internal organs liquefied and sucked out like spiders would do if they were feeding. He's just quite simply been killed. He hasn't been fed on. He's just been killed.
Oh, what if he knew too
And
much?
that maybe strikes you as a little odd.
Oh my god.
That, like, out of all of this, that's weird.
Is it just eating half elves?
Now, the thing being, Vander, if that information gets shared, you'll also begin to realize the other one, you're not sure whether it died by shatter or died by something else, but it also didn't have any decomposition or any draining of vitality from it. But it was definitely spider. The death of Iggy was definitely spider related due to all the webs and the bite marks.
Okay, maybe I was, not
That's
quite for
terrifying,
money.
Frank. Sorry.
Or maybe they have to remove someone so that all the memories associated to that someone can then be feasted on. Because they're not there to remind of who they are in a society.
Can I check?
But what is the
just-
end goal of that? Because Za doesn't want to be known by the community, but wants to have full control of the community?
What if Sa isn't the one that's controlling everything, but is just following the... What did you call it again? The
Matriarch.
Maybe she's just... Or it has nothing to do with her, and she's just getting associated with the spider.
By proxy, yeah.
She's definitely a spider thing. But maybe
Um,
she's one of the scouts or one of the workers. Because
Can-
the matriarch usually sits back in the nest. Because
Mm.
she could be like recalling the information that she'd kind of gathered. And they did say that there was lots of different spiders that could be found, but the matriarch had like was surrounded by them in kind of a
Can-
nest kind of area.
Mm. Can I do a perception check, an investigation check to see
He
if there's
looks like he
anything
wants
on
to
his
give us
person?
something.
Like, sorry, an investigation check for what?
To see if there's anything on his person. Like, see if
You
there's
can.
anything.
Please. Please do so.
And how much junk is in his trunk?
That is a dirty 20.
Nice. So you unwrap a bit more of the body to take a look. He has been stripped down to just what he's been, buried in. So it's like a almost like a nightshirt. He's been given modesty, but he's been buried with virtually nothing.
Mm.
There are, when I say virtually nothing, there are a couple of sort of almost around the stomach area. There are a few little bits that look like they've been buried with him, and they're little bits of jewelry. There's 3 bits. One is a bracelet, and there are 2 rings. Bracelet and 2 rings.
Would they be like bracelets on us though, those rings?
No, they're 3 separate things.
No, I meant like because he's an ogre.
Oh, yeah, no, they're massive.
Yeah, so there'd be
Um,
bracelets on us.
With a dirty 20, because this is... Secret wasn't wrong. This is something I wanted to give you. It doesn't take much for you to look at the body and go, okay, so there's a bit of pale skin where the bracelet is and where the rings are. Wait. There's 3 pale bits, not 2. At some point he was wearing 3 rings, but he's only been buried with 2 of them.
Second, Freya's
And,
gonna look up.
At that, you do remember very briefly that Drakan was in very simple, very basic attire. He did have a reasonable sized ring on his finger.
Hmm.
He stole from his friend, or he wore it because he liked his friend.
Or is he going back to the fucking nest?
Hey. Hey, second. Freya's gonna look up. Can you do that magic thing that you did for the bazaar in the knife?
Oh, yes,
That
I can
Bender
do
is
that.
probably going to get later on.
Actually, he showed the great restraint. You would all be so proud of him and Hetty. I, for one, thought I was going to be taken on a ride, but I was not. It was very interesting.
I lean against the fence and look at Vander. Like, yeah, he showed great restraint.
I'm very well behaved.
Unlike some people, just, side look at Nofret
So
and
it's
then
just the 3
You
bits of jewelry.
shush, shush, shush! And it's quiet so I can concentrate. Shuts her eyes and accesses a magical.
So you use your magical awareness, and you sort of open it out and begin to read the colors around you.
Womp, womp, womp. You should go inside and read the leather outfit
This-
note too. And the sword.
Nothing interesting around you except for the things that are normally around you.
Okay.
Nothing about the ogre or his jewelry.
How long have you been
Oh my
doing
God.
that, Robert?
Always gets the
You know
best
me.
list. Nothing about any of it seems magical.
Okay.
The only things lighting up my life are you guys. Nothing
Aw.
magical out here.
Oh, that is so sweet.
Oh, that's
Okay,
so sweet.
He wasn't killed because
Why are you so bitter? I give you one nice little comment and you're so bitter.
I'm just
Oh my goodness.
neutral.
She's just gonna toddle off into the
do you think
house just to have a look around.
How long does your magical awareness last for?
Yeah, check the sword, check the sword, check the leather, check the sword, check the leather, check
Yeah.
the sword, check the leather, check the sword.
check the parchment?
Check the parchment in her pouch.
A turn. So 6 seconds.
Turn, so yeah, 6 seconds. So you'd need to use another one if
Alright.
you wanted to go inside.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So the sword definitely has an element of enchantment about it.
Ooh.
What school of magic would that be, ODM?
Enchantment.
Oh, wow.
Enchantment!
Enchantment.
That's an
Enchantment!
Hammerman's family and sword is enchanted.
The armor has a very faint aura of transmutation about it. Ray, whereabouts are you in this moment?
Should be climbing up. Should
Okay.
be like
And did you grab the satchels?
she would have had them still because she's just lost in thought.
Because I forgot that you'd actually taken them out with you. So your
Hmm.
first ping also would have told you that something in that bag is also giving off a conjuration magic.
Because she was curious about the little statue thingies.
Yep. Which, if at all prompted, and you want to look through that bag, it would be the little statue that's giving off the conjuration magic. Or it's kind of conjuration magic, but it's not like a conjuration magic you've ever felt before. It's different. It vibes with you in a very different way. Like
This
it's
is-
old.
This is very old conjuration magic. And inside, he must have been a very rich adventurer, very good at this, because he could afford a sword with an enchantment and armor that had transmutation. Maybe they had to transmute it to make it big enough for him. You never know.
Does
Maybe
the-
it's a dagger. Ah.
A sword that size may have been a dagger to an ogre. Full-blooded.
Sword that size in an ogre would have been a long sword. It would have been a, yeah, he quite comfortably would have wielded that in one hand.
Is the statue that they're
Mhm.
looking at, does it look
Free
like
would-
something that would be found in like the desert ruins, or is it?
Yes.
Ah,
chase
give it
after
here, give it
Ray.
here, let me it.
Just imagine Frey like
Trinkets.
running back into the
All of the little
house.
trinkets and bits and pieces in his bag,
Sand.
All from
things that
Tarragon,
you have seen
yeah.
from treasure hunters and the relics that cross hands in the desert. In fact, even the little rocks in the other satchel look like they've come from some of the mesas out home.
Frey would have been in the process of putting everything back.
I kind of take the trinket statue.
It's not in a shape you really recognize, and you've
Okay.
you've encountered this sometimes. They always kind of have some sort of relevance.
Yes,
Oh,
he's not
yeah,
a
yeah.
fish anymore. He's a cat man now.
The trinkets always have some sort of relevance to things that you know and understand, like they hold
Mm.
shapes that you are aware of. This one is very angular and blocky. Like it's definitely some form of geometric shape, but it's not one you have a word for, and it doesn't seem to really correlate to anything you know. And you've seen the odd one like this prior from some of the ruins and the digs that have gone on. You just don't. Yeah, it's just bizarre.
Hey, Goldilocks, I know you're watching. This feels really old, very runic. Is this your area?
Are you saying this out loud?
Yeah, like just out loud to the party.
There's no response.
I would imagine him just being like,
Goldilocks, are you okay?
"You've
Nothing.
Oh no, I've already lost him.
Maybe he's just embarrassed because we're
Maybe he's
here.
forgotten you.
oh,
Maybe he
So
had some of
we're
the stew.
A little bit too mean to each other today.
oh yeah, I think you guys need to sit
Second
down."
almost looks like she's gonna cry. Like legit. You usually she'll laugh and banter with you, but she actually looks distressed.
Oh no.
See, now you've upset her. Good job. Not friend.
Ah,
Do you think we can find our friend that doesn't want to be acknowledged?
I know the general direction in which he ran.
I think we have more questions for him.
The thing is, either we go find him and keep asking questions, or we go follow the tracks east, which you guys have already spotted, and the longer the day goes, the more those tracks could be trampled on.
We could go see him at a later point in time, I think.
Other
This is my
side
concern
important
now.
thing. Do we have
Second's
a bag
gonna
of
sit
holding?
down on the spot and
we do
just
not have
try
a
and
bag
reach Goldilocks.
Frey's
So
gonna
how are we
sit
going to
with her.
transport those?
What, these items?
Yeah, we're not going to be leaving the sword and the armor here.
While we're talking,
I-
Sekit, I need you to make an Arcana check for me.
you
Can
know,
you just get
if
close to the mic and do that every time?
if
So
you
scary.
guys are gonna be taking the
Shit,
leather
that's
and
it.
the,
And the sword? The thing is,
I'm-
this
I
is
don't see this.
this is
13 flat
Iggy's
on the
house,
dice.
right? And we said to Drakan that he could come back after we fix everything. We can't just make the choice and take this if Iggy is
We
a
are taking from the
Tarragonian.
dead.
Yeah, we're taking from the dead. And Iggy is a Tarragonian treasure hunter. I resonate with that deeply. However, he also has a friend who was literally right here.
All I am saying is, if you take anything, I did not see it. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to see it.
Second, whilst you're trying to reach Goldilocks, it starts to become more and more apparent to you that it's not that he isn't responding. There is, as you reach out, you're starting to get a sense of there's some kind of suppression. Something is preventing you from calling out. Right.
Guys,
You also, sorry, keep going.
guys, something is interrupting my communication thing. Like, I had a good link going on. We worked out how I could do the talking thing, and he'd see through my eyes, and it was a cool little deal thing. Made me like shake on it, but something is stopping the connection, and I don't like it. I'm being interfered with. Something is oppressing me. Is something in my head?
Maybe it's a tiny xylophone.
It well could be an off-tuned little piano that is being banged on by a very happy toddler. And, you know,
As long as they are happy, it is fine.
Is it anything? It might be. Have you been trying to contact Goldilocks throughout the entire time you have been here, or just now?
I mean, I don't often just talk to him out of the blue. You guys tend to make fun of someone who does that, you know? But, you know, I thought he would be beneficial.
That's a big
person
assumption to make. Oh, okay.
Maybe
Stop it.
try.
Really? Did you not just make fun of me for talking to Goldilocks out loud?
No,
If
I
we
just gave
dis-
you a weird look. That's not making fun.
If we do
You
walk
haven't.
around the village, how about trying to communicate with him in other places? Could be this.
Have you been able to communicate since we left town?
I haven't tried. I just assumed he was enjoying the ride.
Actually, you haven't heard from him in a while.
I haven't heard from him in a while, actually.
It's pretty strange.
I
Can we?
have a quick question for the DM.
Yep.
Ooh.
With my book that I write the name in and I can do a sending spell to, just by writing.
Yes.
One of those names would be Goldilocks, I reckon. Because I reckon a sending spell to Goldilocks would be pretty cool.
Yep.
I'm going to try and change back into Hetty while everyone else is kind of discussing things and write in my little book.
Cool. I will do the little bit that I was going to do then before you do that, because I want all of you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh! He's not gonna wake up, is he? We're not gonna have to find an
shit.
ogre.
I'm gonna cry.
Oh no! Which dice? Which dice? Do we do big dice? Do we do Tina Fey? Do we do
9.
Jacinda?
9? Okay.
Come on,
Uh,
Jacinda!
17.
Holy heck.
Oh no, it's really bad.
Holy
I
hit.
shouldn't have tried.
The dice that I rolled a nat 20 on and then rolled a 1 on, rolled another nat 20.
Oh my gosh.
You're doing the yo-yo.
You're doing the flip flop.
Which is good because she has a +0 to wisdom. She is not a wise girl.
That's all right. Oh, Bex looks like she hasn't rolled well, or she's rolled exceptionally well. Understood. I figured that was a tantrum she was throwing.
I'm not the lowest.
Frey.
17.
Okay. Vander,
Yeah.
Bex, I'm going to leave it up to you. But something that has happened in the last 24 hours, you suddenly can't recall.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
It is
okay.
entirely up to you how big or how small that is. But suddenly, it's like it never actually happened to you.
I don't remember casting the friend spell.
You shit. You absolute shit.
Like I said, maybe a little bigger than that.
What?
But yeah,
You want something a bit bigger than
up to
that?
you.
Well, it had been
Do-
the conversation of teasing for the rest of today. Sword's being kind of big.
That is true. Like, I was just thinking that I forget how
You forgot
wonderful
teasing
that stew
spell?
was. I forget
Yeah.
having dinner yesterday.
Remember that as being teased for something you don't remember doing, which is going to make you even more aggravated.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Oh,
that's fine.
fuck.
Let me, you know what? Let me try and communicate. See if it's just.
Do we have that
Your-
sensation of forgetting? Or like it just we just don't remember it? Okay.
No,
Do you
It's
want me
just-
to see if I can communicate with my keeper and see if
Oh,
it's
do you
just
have
like.
a direct line? That would be great.
I don't know if I have a.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Because, like, Seket's whole experience with deities and stuff
Mm.
is that they talk directly to you.
Yeah.
It's just a check to see if it's just you or is it everything.
How do you want to go about that, Frey?
Frey's just gonna like do what she usually does. She's just gonna plonk down on the grass, legs crossed, and just try and see if.
Right,
There's-
make a religion check. We'll wrap this up shortly. Around probably 4.5. So
She's hungry.
let's try to get to a stopping point, which we're almost at.
22.
Forget.
22. Usually your connection's pretty easy. You do that most nights or most mornings when you sort of, pray out to the Keeper of Winter and sacrifice about replenishing your energy and your spells. It's a daily ritual for you, one way or another. And there
Nicole?
is something that feels like it's trying to push that connection away, trying to suppress that mental call that you throw out. But given that yours is more of a spiritual nature, it's like a tiny little piece of resistance. It's like putting your hand through a very thin film of frost over a little puddle. But you do notice it. There is something actively out there trying to prevent you guys from connecting.
It's just a puff of like small little puff of air like you'd usually do whenever you're breathing out with cold weather. And you just see Frey just open her eyes and go, "Oh, there is a little bit of something that's trying to bat away."
Well,
Like it's just like not.
Now,
It's something.
Raelis is occupied. Vanda, where are you at this point?
Probably would have been reburying the body if everyone's walked off.
Okay.
I possibly would have
because
been helping Vanda
in
or
which-
looking at the paper.
In which case, the two of you, Vanda, first of all, because again, insane passive perception, there's something that catches your eye as you're sort of trying to bury the body. There's just that little thing of something moves and you don't quite catch what it is. And then a stray little bit of webbing just
Oh,
kind of drifts down. You're like, oh. And then you see several bits of webbing all lash out and wrap around Iggy's body before they begin to pull taut, and you see the body sit up
oh,
and then lash out at you.
oh, oh.
Was it 16?
Yeah.
Thankfully, it only does 2 points of damage because it's an unarmed strike. And then the body lurches to its feet. The head's still kind of lolling to the
Oh
side.
no.
And you just watch all of these webs start controlling and moving around the body. And all of you hear in your head, very, very faintly,
Oh.
I found you,
Uh-oh.
and you're going to pay for killing my brood.
Uh-oh.
We're going to leave it there.
No!
Oh Oh no.
Lorraine's, how about no?
Yep. You, what do you mean? There is just as the spider shit started happening last session, and you've hit it again this time. Your timing is immaculate.
Oh my gosh.
Ugh.
Cool, cool. That's totally
ew.
chill. I'm not freaking out. Who's freaking out?
I might vomit.
It's fine, we got this.
Inspiring the best things in my players.
Next time. Next
Can we just
time,
burn- you know what?
Syleria.
You know how I said that we should save the village and I'll do everything, you know, just burn it all down. Just
Worldwide webbed ogre.
World Wide Web Doga.
Okay.
anyone got any
Next time.
scissors just to like snip the webbing? Just
You
being
know
like
what's
no.
really good at cutting through things? Daggers.
Daggers.
Wow.
Invocation magic on them. Yeah.
And if we
Fireball
Vanna,
through. I
if
am
we,
a sorcerer.
if we burn down the entire village, it means that you can go get the knife.
Wait,
It's a win-win.
when did we escalate to burning down the whole
Are you
village?
suggesting I kill everybody for one dagger?
No, we
Because
don't kill them.
If
We-
a cleric tells me to do that,
No,
then
no,
with
no,
a
no,
blessing from a god, I will go and kill everyone. I will take the dagger. Everyone die.
No. This is me as a player. Okay, we just evacuate all of the people in the village, and then we burn down the village.
Evacuate them into a hole in the ground. Because they're
Wait.
already dead.
Lorenz
They
comments
got
the
in my
best.
way.
Should we burn the town down?
Burn the town down.
Burn it all down.
Oh, it's in D&D too.
Gosh.
I love the way you guys have approached the almost like this mystery that's going on in this town. I've really liked this.
It's been great. Like
been
it's
so
it's
good.
not just like a hack and slash dungeon. This is
This
This
is
is
us
so much more
actually
complicated.
trying to put it
It's a
together.
clue.
Yeah, I love it. It's been amazing. Oh, it's been so good, and there's still little bits and so much to find out. But it depends on how much you guys do. You know, because you know me. There's always more story.
I am so annoyed I didn't notice the Goldilocks before.
It's the fact that he hasn't been around. Yeah.
He hasn't been laughing at you.
He usually takes such a joy.
He would have taken so much
especially
joy with
with
Shadow.
the poking and prodding that goes on with you guys and everything else. Yep.
yeah.
He would have actually had a. Wouldn't he have had a little chuckle about the Shadow spell too? Like, oh, look at that.
He was delighted in that chaos.
Yeah.
Incapable of being aware of it. Yeah.
He's probably just really grumpy now. You're gonna talk about the Shadow spell, and he's gonna get really grumpy that he didn't get to see it.
God, I gotta go make dinner.
Yeah, same.
That was a little longer than I was expecting, but I was hoping to
That's
get to
real
that.
fun though.
Get to a little end point,
Are
which we got.
We're on again in 2 weeks.
It's up to you guys. If people have got next weekend free, we can try for that.
I'm
Because
not
that's
100%
when we
sure
were-
if I've got next weekend free.
What was that? What was that, Vixen?
I was just going to say, because that's our regular scheduled.
Is it
Sunday
the next second week?
I believe so. I've lost track of which one is now.
Wait, are you eating calamari rings?
Well, I mean,
Yes, I had dinner bought to me.
do we want to leave it open? I'll put a thing up in the
Yeah.
Discord and
Yeah.
let me know if you guys can't. If we can, cool. We'll be back next week. If
We
not,
might
we'll make it for 2 weeks.
Be doing a family thing for Bros Ball since it's his birthday today.
All good.
Next
Yeah,
week.
but I figure we'll throw it out there, and if we can, we can. If we don't, hey, cool. We'll aim for next fortnight.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Wow. But until
Game,
then,
guys.
chat. Damn. Do we want to raid out?
We-
There's no other D&D streamers that I
we
know of
may-
live at the moment.
Which is weird on a Sunday. What?
Yeah.
We may
Yeah.
or may not burn the entire place down.
Just, I could raid. I
Oh,
feel like
Lyrians, trust me. I can do creepy, and I can do
Yeah.
creepy.
Oh
Uh,
god. Spiders. No, I've added. Do you like my spider?
in
I
general.
found spider sound effects for you, Lorenz. That's an attack one, and then this is the idle
I-
one.
I did something really out of character for Frey though. She got really angry. Oh no.
Just burn it all.
I was loving Dad Olin because it was great because I already knew that he was probably going to be forgetting about it the next day. So that was hilarious. For me.
It's book club,
You go-
pal.
She got so angry. She was just like, "You told us that there was no spiders, but look at that. What is that?"
So just for Nofrit and Vander, remember what it is that you've forgotten. And I know
I wrote it down and I underlined it.
Remember what it is you don't remember.
I don't remember
And,
casting
yeah.
Friends.
Do we know what Vander's got?
I don't remember that delicious stew.
A shame because it was delicious. So what was that, Vixen?
I was just asking if we got told what Vander forgot, but he just
The stew, yeah.
What did he
Oh,
forget?
man.
No.
The delicious stew.
No, we're just being
That's all right.
because we're forgetting.
It's a good thing you start
forgot
small
Nofred
because
entirely.
if you start failing more of them, you'll start forgetting more and more, and they've got to get bigger each time. So
All right, if I fail one, it is going to be the room being a mess. I'm just gonna be like,
that didn't happen.
yeah, what? It was a mess.
Do we get our
Welcome to
memories
Dara.
back at the end of this though? Who knows? Who
I'm
knows?
forgetting the name of the
Depends on what
village.
you do. Depends on how you approach this entire situation.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a chance that we could probably have done this without combat.
Possibly.
Possibly.
I almost
Not looking at anyone in particular.
like, almost always try to leave a non-combat option open for a lot of these things.
Yeah.
Not always, because sometimes things just need to be spanked and dead. You know.
Can we
But
forget we don't like spiders?
yes, there's an option. Did that happen in the last 24 hours?
It's just gonna be like this really high pitched scream from Frey, and she's like, "I hate this. I want to burn it all down. Just
Look, we
drop
only
the
came
moon."
for what? Spider silk. That's
Yeah.
currently
Yeah, it
what
was-
is puppeteering the ogre. We just need to grab that and we can fuck off. We can leave
We
them
need
to all
to
die.
We
make
need it
the
from
art
the
with-
abdomen.
Yeah, you need the you
need
actually
it.
need the organ that creates it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. We need to kill this bitch.
Yeah, or not. You don't need it's you need either a substantial amount of it, yeah,
Or the
or you
organ
need
that creates
or
it.
you need the organ that creates it. And when I say a substantial amount, it's
You sit
yeah,
there.
it's like a
just
dung beetle amount. Like you are the beetle rolling the big ball of webbing.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We just go, give us the webbing, or
Oh, give us a
Or
deed
we
to your
squish
house.
more.
give us the webbing.
Oh,
There
God.
is no.
Give us the webbing. Give us the
Yeah,
We
webbing.
forgot the
Give us the
other
webbing,
thing
or
that we were gonna ask for.
I picked up too well, and I forgot what option B was.
Or else I will burn down your entire brood.
Yeah.
On a quest to spider. Yeah, exactly. And we probably
Well,
talked to
Brood
someone
died,
who is
so, yeah.
related to the
Yeah.
spider part about
Maybe
harvesting
it's-
spider parts. So
Direct
Hmm.
clearance. Yep.
Maybe you shouldn't have,
So they're presuming normal spider anatomy when it comes to the phase spider matriarch.
it's definitely in their boobs. I have started the raid. We're
In the
gonna raid Keanu Speeds because he's playing Elden Ring, and
Hey.
that feels kind of D&D esque. And
Marginally horror-like, yeah.
we'll see you. I most likely will be streaming Bloodborne tomorrow since I'm feeling a lot better now. So we'll see you
Yay.
then. Is Quinista, what's your next stream?
It was either going to be tonight if I was up for it, but I can feel my throat tearing a little bit, so maybe not. I really wanted to do some Stray tonight.
Oh yeah.
Keep it with that. If not, I don't know if I'll get on tomorrow because I've got hopefully some plans that come through. So if not Stray, I need to be playing more Mass Effect. I want to be getting through Mass Effect, so I'll be one of the two.
And definitely check out Lord Kaiser. They're in their new house now, so they'll be streaming soonish. But we're running out of time. Bye, everyone. Appreciate you.